you guys see that there's a problem there. With regards to forbearance, again, to me, we don't want a repeat of 08 and 09 when the regulators came in and were forcing, because of their rules and regulations, to force banks to foreclose and push out some of their customers. So to me, I realize that there's some rules that can put in place, but if you have a law in place, both the banks and the regulators can point to that as guidance to be able to help them through this period to make sure that forbearance is given to make sure we don't close down industries and businesses. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I mean, I think we came in with a strong banking system, and that gives us the ability to make targeted temporary adjustments to regulation. We've done plenty of that, and I think that's just a byproduct of all the work everyone did in strengthening the system over the last
I had a long discussion the other day with former Chairman William Isaac, and he made the comment that back in the 70s, he was part of a group that actually went to try to help the REITs survive that period, and there was a 5-year forbearance period that was granted to the REITs to try and salvage them. It would seem to be a good way to address our needs today to make sure that we don't push businesses out of being able to do business. Agreed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman, time has expired. The chair now recognizes Ms. Velasquez for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell. The Main Street lending program, as the Fed wrote, would ensure credit flows to small and mid-sized businesses with the purchase of up to $600 billion in loans. The program did not make any loans until July. Why did it take at the Fed 4 months to set up the Main Street lending program when it was able to set up credit facility for big businesses in just a few weeks?
Main Street is many times more complicated to set up because in the case of the companies that have market access, there's quite a bit of standardization in the bond market, and it was straightforward to set up that facility, and we did so very quickly. The difference is that Main Street deals with medium-sized companies who get their funding in the banking system, and every bank credit agreement for every company is basically individually negotiated. There's nowhere near the degree of standardization. So it was a much more complicated problem to solve, and you know, it took us a lot of outreach, and we took in public comments. It took us quite a bit of work to get to where we are.
Okay, I hear you. You said yesterday the program you set up tends to help larger size businesses, proven by nearly 1/3 of loans being over $10 million. Can you understand why many of us believe the Fed is failing Main Street?
So if I heard you correctly, most of the banks that are active in lending are smaller banks, and the loans are fairly small. I don't know what the average loan is, but there's lots of business between $1 and $10 million, which is not a big loan for a company that has the kind of employees that one of these companies would have.
So Congress already authorized a specific lending facility to help small businesses in the CARES Act. The Fed chose instead to set up the Main Street lending program. Does the Fed have sufficient legal authority to provide liquidity to small businesses who still need credit assistance? To follow up on the points raised by Chairwoman Waters.
I think there was a particular Main Street facility that was outlined in the CARES Act, but that was expressly not binding on us. It said nothing in this facility shall be seen to dictate to the Fed and the Treasury in designing your own Main Street facility. And so we designed the one that we have, which is designed to be as broadly applicable as we could possibly make it.
So the CARES Act told you to set up a facility for truly small businesses that needed the assistance, but you decided to create your own facility despite having the authority, which is the issues that we're raising here. So last week, the Fed updated its guidance, telling participants that loans made in compliance with Main Street program requirements won't be faulted by examiners. Why was this change made, and how will it help encourage greater participation in the program?
We want to work with our banks to make sure that they understand that we won't run in and criticize these loans. So Main Street is supposed to be for loans that wouldn't otherwise be made. In other words, if the loan was already going to get made, then we didn't really need Main Street for that. So they're riskier to some degree, and there's more risk in them, and we want to encourage the banks by telling them that we understand that, and that we will not run in and criticize these things unnecessarily if you make a loan that is consistent with Main Street.
So, Mr. Chairman, will you commit today to taking a hard look at how to fix the program and even set up a new facility from scratch, as you mentioned yesterday, to help small firms on Main Street as we intended, as Congress intended?
I would say this, it would be very hard to create a facility that reaches the very small businesses. And the reason is this, and that's why I think you were wise in the CARES Act to create the PPP for smaller companies, to extend credit to hundreds of thousands of very small businesses. These are largely personal loans. You know, business founders are borrowing on their credit cards or their bank line with a personal guarantee.
I hear you, but Mr. Chairman, you stated yesterday, or one of these, I don't recall when, that the coronavirus is a great increaser of inequality. Yet, you decided not to collect voluntary demographic data on borrowers in the Main Street program. Will you commit to including a voluntary demographic questionnaire with loan applications going forward? How do we know that the businesses, the smaller of the smaller businesses, are being helped by the Fed?
We did not collect that data, and we don't have any plans to do so. It's not a requirement in the law. We're really implementing the law that you passed.
I yield back.
Has expired. The chair now recognizes Ms. Walowski for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Powell. Appreciate you being here. The part of northern Indiana that I represent is home to major manufacturers of RVs, boats, and cargo trailers. In fact, 85% of the RVs you see on the road come from my area. Our community is also known among the hardest hit during an economic downturn. In fact, Elkhart County in my district had the nation's highest unemployment rate during the Great Recession. However, the coronavirus has turned that on its head. Suddenly, RVs and boats are in hot demand, so the local economy in my area has been doing incredible, all things considered. But I've still had plenty of small business and nonprofits in my district reach out to me, even in the last week, saying they still need help. Recovery is neither instantaneous nor even. That's why it's sad that Democrats, led by Speaker Pelosi, have chosen politics over our economic recovery. Let's not forget that the HEROES Act they point to is nothing more than a wish list messaging bill that had no chance of becoming law. It wasn't the product of serious negotiations or committee hearings. Instead, it's chock full of giveaways to special interests and the rich, which have nothing to do with rebuilding our economy. The HEROES Act had more mentions of the word cannabis than the words job or hire. It gave more money to state and local governments that haven't even fully spent CARES Act money, and it restored the unlimited deduction for state and local taxes or SALT. Over half the benefits of the SALT deduction go to those with annual incomes of $1 million or more, while only 1% of the benefits that go to those making under $100,000 a year. The Nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation found that restoring the unlimited SALT deductions for just 2 years would cost almost $137 billion. Meanwhile, the Paycheck Protection Program, which has been a vital lifeline in my district and my state for small businesses to keep the lights on and save jobs, expired last month, and Speaker Pelosi refuses to allow a vote to keep helping Main Street survive. Chairman Powell, which would you think would be better for our economic recovery? And I think you've already answered this. Giving $137 billion to the rich by restoring the SALT deduction for 2 years, or using that money to fund more PPP loans? Well,
again, I don't want to get into your fiscal debates with one another, but I I do think small businesses would benefit from more PPP support, and I think there's probably very wide agreement on that.
But we've definitely benefited in my district and my state. Chairman Powell, I think it's an understatement. I don't think it's an understatement to say that PPP was one of the most critical lifelines for small business and not-for-profits in my district. They wouldn't have survived otherwise. But 2 weeks ago, Democrats in the Senate blocked a coronavirus relief package that would have restarted PPP and added new provisions like allowing for those hardest hit to apply for a second round. Over here in the House, Republicans have filed a discharge petition to stop the political games and bring a common-sense bill to the House floor that would restart PPP, allow a second loan for those hardest hit, and simplify the forgiveness process. Chairman Powell, can you talk about what you've seen from the macro level on PPP? And I know you've just talked about the need for a second stimulus. Should a bill that I just described, which restarts PPP, allows for a second loan, and simplifies forgiveness, be a part of that?
I guess I'd start by saying that the good economic data we've seen since really May to a significant extent reflects what you did in the CARES Act, and also just the general reopening of the economy. But those checks, the unemployment insurance, all of that really helped to keep people in their homes, keep them spending, and it's a tribute to the fast and forceful response that all of you made. And I think we helped as well. But I think the power of fiscal policy is unequaled by really anything else. I've said on a number of occasions, I think it's likely that we'll need more fiscal support. The reason I say that is we've still got, in the payroll numbers, we've still got 11 million people who haven't gone back to work. If you look at broader measures of unemployment, it's actually more like 16 million who are working part-time or have left the labor force and things like that. So there's a long way to go. We've come a long way pretty quickly, and that's great, but there's a long way to go. So I just would say we need to stay with it, all of us, and the recovery will go faster if there's support coming both from Congress and from the Fed.
Yeah, and I want to thank you for your efforts. I also want to thank the guidance and the amount of wisdom that President Trump has had in continuing to appeal for restoring and recovering of our local businesses. And I just had a call. I've had 2 calls in the last couple of days since I've been out here. One from a woman on the west side of South Bend that's a social worker running a behavior modification agency, and one from a restaurant, 100-year-old restaurant in North Manchester. And those calls were so disturbing because what they're asking for is that second round of stimulus. And we were hoping that we could have got that in this week while we're here. We're still hoping we can get that in. I would just plead with the Speaker Pelosi and hoping that she listens to these comments today that we've got to restore and we've got to let these businesses in our districts rebound. Lives are still at stake. We are still looking at saving American lives and saving American livelihoods at the same time, and there is a balance, but we need her help to actually get us there. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry, for yielding back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Kim for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell. Pleasure to have you before our select subcommittee here. I wanted to just start by raising something that your predecessor, former Chairman Bernanke, had mentioned. He had said in an op-ed earlier this year that after the 2008-2009 recession, an $800 billion federal program authorized by Congress was partly offset by states through cuts in spending and layoffs. He said, quote, together with the subsequent turn to austerity at the federal level, state and local budget cuts meaningfully slowed the recovery. He actually told me in a previous hearing before this committee that an estimate he saw was that the cuts at the state and local levels led to perhaps about a half a percentage point off the growth rate at a time that the economy was trying to recover. I feel like I've heard some similar statements coming from you before, but I just wanted to confirm, do you agree with former Chairman Bernanke, his assessment that cuts to the state and local funding negatively impacted the economic recovery after the 2008-2009 recession?
Yes, so I think there's been a great deal of research on that question, and it does generally support that view.
And last week, you said that the current economic downturn is, I think, quote, the most severe in our lifetime, that it's something that's worse than what we experienced a decade ago. What I thought about Bernanke's point is, just how he's trying to frame it here. So I guess I wanted to just ask you, would our national economy right now be in a stronger position to recover from this pandemic and crisis if we could avoid state and local job cuts and slashes in the way that we saw in 2008, 2009?
Well, again, I don't want to give advice to Congress on what all to do, but yes, and Chairman Bernanke also said, you may remember, that if we play our cards right, if we provide the right amount of support, in a few years, this doesn't really need to leave a permanent mark on the economy. And I would also say that your first effort, the CARES Act, was much bigger, of course, than the 2008 response. But yes, overall, I would agree that there's going to be a need for further support, and I do believe that we'll get further support. Not sure when or in what quantities or what nature, but.
No, I appreciate that. And look, I want to respect your position here, and I'm trying not to drag you into the middle of the discussions and the debates that we're having here in Congress, but just try to understand the frame by which we should be approaching this. I find that oftentimes we are talking about this as if it's solely about the support and the help that our states and our local governments need. Certainly we need to be focused on that. You yourself have raised the point that 1 in 7 workers in our country is employed by a state or local government, about 13 million workers. That is a huge part of our workforce. So that is certainly something, and here in New Jersey, we experience that at full force. But another point that I've been just trying to highlight based off of what Bernanke said and your comments today is that this is about our country as a whole, our economy as a whole. So it's not just about helping certain states or certain cities, both red and blue, both Republican, Democrat, but it's about our national economy as a whole. So I just wanted to linger there on this front because I often hear that the criticisms make it sound like it's trying to that they're raising concerns about money mismanagement at the state level or bailouts of pre-existing debt, arguments like that. So, Chairman Powell, I want to just dig into that a little bit. Have you seen any evidence from before, whether 2008, 2009, or the CARES Act or other situations, where funding for state and local governments during times of crisis created incentives for mismanagement?
That's really not something I've looked at.
Well, I think that's something that we've been trying to press for and trying to understand. So I understand where you're coming from on this. But as I said, for me, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way we can square this circle here and get through this. I don't know if you would comment on whether or not there's a way to be able to provide funding for state and local governments that might be able to ensure that that money is fiscally responsibly, in a fiscally responsible way.
So that's very much in your hands. To do. I honestly, we don't really bring anything to that. The idea of what form to provide, what strings to put on it is really squarely on your plate.
To your predecessor, he said that he quote, that the money could be structured in a way that could eliminate that incentive. He specified that there could be things done by block grants or by formulas that don't relate to existing tax burden, things like that. Is that something that you think we should be looking into?
It certainly sounds like a reasonable thing to look into, but as the current Fed chair, it's really not up to me to get into these questions and try to design the legislation. I think those things are very much in your bailiwick.
No, I appreciate that, and I agree completely. But your approach in helping us understand the national struggles that we might face if we don't move at the state and local level is helpful. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I turn back to you.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Mr. Green for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for testifying today. I graduated in the top of my medical school class, but barely passed econometrics at West Point, so I deeply respect you and your colleagues. I want to digress a second and discuss school closures, which I and many other physicians, educators, and behavioralists believe have drastically harmed our children. We should follow the science, and as a physician, I know the science is definitive. The CDC has stressed the importance of kids returning to school, saying, and I quote, "The harms attributed to closed schools on the social, emotional, and behavioral health, economic well-being, and academic achievement of children in both the short and long term are well known and significant," end quote. There's already extensive research on the summer slide. According to the Northwest Evaluation Association, in the summer following third grade, students lose nearly 20% of their school year gains in reading and 27% in math. By the summer after their seventh grade, students lose an average of 39% of their school year gains in reading and 50% of their school year gains in math, perhaps explaining my difficulty in econometrics. Imagine the detriment a year-long slide will have on our children. We can't allow this to happen. School closures also endanger the emotional and mental health of children. A recent article published in the Journal of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry found that post-traumatic stress scores were 4 times higher in parents and children in quarantine than those not in quarantine. The CDC has added that suicides are through the roof, and in one of the scientific journals that I read as an emergency physician just last month, the shutdowns showed an enormous increase in drug overdose and addiction at all ages. Yet, Democrats continue to call for more school closures. They seem willing to put children and parents through all of this, despite the fact that of the 587,948 children diagnosed with COVID, only 103 have died, and nearly all of them had significant medical comorbidities. Now compare that to over 6,000 suicides a year in children, 4,000 who die a year in automobile crashes, but the left is clearly not stopping children from riding in cars. There's no question, we know which comorbidities put people at higher risk for COVID. We can protect at-risk children with virtual learning while letting the rest go back to in-person school. We hear the left railing about science and numbers. Well, they're clearly ignoring them to keep schools closed, and the consequences are significant. Chairman Powell, I would like to ask you, and I've kind of shared a little bit of the medical side of this, what are the economic impacts on these school closures?
Well, let me say again that these decisions get made, a lot of them at the local level, and that's I imagine you would agree that that's appropriate. You want these decisions, this is people's lives, it's their kids, and to the extent they get made as close as possible to them, that makes a lot of sense to me anyway.
I'm asking you to elaborate for us on the economic impact. What's the impact to the economy on these school closures? I just shared that there's an increase in suicide, there's an increase in opioids, there's only 103 have died out of 580,000 that have been diagnosed. I can share those numbers. I'm a physician. I'm asking you the economic impact of all these closures.
And I just want to make it clear that I do not have a judgment on the pace of school closures whatsoever. I don't have one, and I wouldn't say if I did. But, just as a straightforward matter, if the kids are home, then some of the parents are going to stay out of the workforce, and lots of people have tried to quantify that. I don't have an estimate of it, but parents who have to stay home to take care of their kids will be there. As to whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I mean, honestly, it has to do with the safety of kids and teachers too, as well. The teachers are probably much more at risk than the young kids are, I imagine. But nonetheless, these are decisions that are really not for the Fed. And
now, I understand the decision on whether or not to open a school. I was trying to get, and you implied a little bit there, as parents are staying home, that's a decrease in economic output, and therefore it has a downstream effect in our economy. So there is an economic impact as well as the behavioral impact that the CDC has highlighted, the increase in suicides, overdoses, all that stuff, in light of 103 deaths out of 587,000 that have been diagnosed. Mr. Chairman, it looks like I'm out of time, so I yield.
Thank you very much. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Raskin for 5 minutes. Sir?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. listening to our colleagues wax eloquent about how great the economy was before millions of people were thrown out of work, and before we saw spreading hunger, and before a record number of Americans are unemployed, is like listening to Herbert Hoover talk about how great the economy was before the Depression. I'm also a little surprised that they've decided to go back to China as a way to distract people from the president's epic failures in managing this crisis. We know that there are 37 different occasions in January, February, March, and April when President Trump praised the performance of his great friends in the autocratic Chinese Communist Party. Take, for example, January 22nd, Twitter. One of the many great things about our trade deal with China is that we'll bring both the USA and China closer together in so many other ways. Terrific working with President Xi, a man who truly loves his country. January 24, China's been working very hard to contain the coronavirus. The U.S. greatly appreciates their efforts and transparency. It will all work out well. In particular, on behalf of the American people, I want to thank President Xi. I wish I had 20 minutes to read through all of his tweet statements praising his friends in the Chinese Communist Party. February 10th, at a campaign rally in Manchester, New Hampshire, I spoke with President Xi, and they're working very, very hard there, and I think it's all going to work out fine. February 13th, I think they've handled it professionally. They're extremely capable, and I think President Xi is extremely capable, and I hope it's going to be all resolved, and so on. So either President Trump is an easy mark who got played and exploited by China, or he's been collaborating in all of the sins that our colleagues are talking about. Chairman Powell, from the beginning of the pandemic, people have tried to portray this as a trade-off between national public health efforts and national economic efforts. Now that we're 8 months into the nightmare of COVID-19, which has cost more than 200,000 of our people their lives, what can you tell us about your assessment of this framing that there's a trade-off between public health policy and economic policy?
No, I don't really think there is a trade-off. I think that we all want to reopen the economy as fast and as sustainably as possible. And I think the thing that we can all do to help that happen is to do what the experts tell us to do, which is to wear masks and keep social distances, and don't do those things that will support the further spread of the disease. Again, the two things go together. They're complementary. They're not in contradiction.
Okay, and the president and his advisors have embraced a policy of herd immunity, which the president sometimes calls herd mentality, which really means a policy of mass human sacrifice that has already cost us 200,000 lives and perhaps hundreds of thousands more on the way if they get their way of just saying, let the disease wash over the population. Is there any economic reason to compel us to adopt a policy of herd immunity as opposed to trying to go out and defeat the disease?
So I never comment on the president's comments or policies as a general rule.
Okay. I want to go to the question of dividends because there are 383 companies that paid dividends to their shareholders during the pandemic who also were the beneficiary of the Fed's lending program. For example, the food service company Cisco laid off about a third of its workforce a month before paying a dividend to its shareholders, and yet they were a beneficiary in your program. Caterpillar announced a $500 million distribution to shareholders on April 8th, 2 weeks after saying that they would be furloughing workers. So why is it they're continuing to fire workers, give dividends, and they are the beneficiary of the Fed's stimulus money?
So I guess I would say there really are not beneficiaries of the program. That refers to the fact that we bought small amounts of outstanding bonds, already outstanding bonds from in the market, bonds of about 800 different companies. And we didn't make a new loan. They got no credit because of it. And so they're not actually beneficiaries. We haven't made a single loan to a corporation as part of the primary corporate credit facility.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. So I guess I'm a little puzzled by that, because at least it was my understanding that all of these companies are partaking of the Fed's 13.3 authority. Is that
No,
not
so
right?
what we're doing is we're buying, we wanted to buy in the secondary market to support the overall market function for these big companies that have bond market access, right? So we didn't want to pick winners and losers, so we're buying very small amounts. We created an index of 800 companies, and we're buying very small amounts of their already outstanding bonds. We didn't ask their permission. When 800 companies are having small amounts of their bonds purchased, no one's really benefiting. Really, the market, what it did was it supported market function, which enabled a broad group of companies to go out and finance themselves. And that did happen. It happened so successfully that we actually didn't have to make any direct loans to these companies.
Okay, and finally, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Ms. Maloney for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Chairman Powell. It's very good to see you
Good morning.
again. And I want to ask you about economic recovery, and specifically who benefited from the economic recovery. It's clear to me that large corporations have benefited from the Fed's rescue programs much more than small and medium-sized businesses ever since the Fed promised to essentially backstop the corporate bond market. Large corporations have been able to borrow record amounts of money at rock-bottom rates in order to stay in business, but small and medium-sized businesses, on the other hand, had to wait for months for the Fed to set up the rescue facility for them. And when the Main Street lending program finally went online, it was woefully insufficient. So this has unfortunately led to the perception that the Fed will do whatever it takes to support large corporations, but will only do the bare minimum to support smaller and medium-sized businesses. In previous testimony, you have stressed the logistical hurdles to providing meaningful relief to medium and small-sized businesses, logistical hurdles that the Fed hadn't considered before the pandemic. So my question is, in the future, in order to avoid a situation where large corporations get substantial, immediate relief, but then smaller and medium-sized businesses are forced to wait for months for inadequate relief, do you think the Fed should build out a robust infrastructure ahead of time to ensure that it can deliver adequate relief in a timely manner to smaller and medium-sized businesses?
So I do think that the question of how to apply the lessons that we're learning from Main Street is a really good one, and it's one that we'll be revisiting, I'm sure, over time. I guess I would say, though, that this is the first time in our lifetime, and I certainly hope the last time, that we've faced such a crisis of credit availability for non-financial companies that the Fed had to use 13.3 to create facilities to lend to them. So it's highly unusual, and nonetheless, we will learn a lot, and there may be other ways we can improve upon this. So I would say that. I guess I would also say that the surveys do show that most small and medium-sized companies do have access to credit, and that's not to say they all do, and certainly credit terms have tightened. I think the smaller the company, the tighter the credit terms right now. And I would, of course, not fully agree with your characterizations of Main Street. I think we are reaching a growing group of companies. We have ongoing interest in the program, and it's there as a backstop. It can get a lot larger if the need does grow.
Do you think Congress needs to act in this area in any way? Do you think Congress should?
I do think, particularly for smaller companies, it's really not practical for the Fed to try to create a facility that would deal with millions or hundreds of thousands of very small loans, because a loan is something where you need documentation. We have to, under the law, to avoid insolvent companies and have evidence that the company can repay it. I think that something like the PPP program could continue to do a lot of good in the small and medium-sized company space, because it's going to take longer than we had hoped for some companies to be able to get back online.
Thank you. And I also want to ask you about, and I'm sure you recall in March there was a tremendous turmoil in the markets, and especially in the Treasury market. This was very scary for our country because the Treasury market is probably the most important market in the world. And at the time, the Fed took dramatic action to shore up the Treasury market. It provided unlimited amounts of cash in the form of short-term loans on Treasuries, and also directly purchased trillions of dollars in Treasuries through another round of quantitative easing. These actions were successful, and I applaud the Fed for taking them. But now that we've had time to study what went wrong, there seems to be a broad consensus that highly leveraged hedge funds were at the center of the problem. And this was the conclusion of the Bank for International Settlements, the Office of Financial Research, former Fed chairs Yellen and Bernanke. Even Governor Quarles has highlighted the central role that leveraged hedge funds played in the Treasury market dysfunction. So in light of the broad consensus, do you think there needs to be additional reforms to hedge funds to ensure that it doesn't happen again? Do you think Congress should consider leverage limitations on hedge funds? Or should we just stick to the current structure and let the Fed rescue the Treasury market whenever there's trouble?
So actually, I think that there are a number of important causes. The one you mentioned regarding hedge funds is part of it, but it's far from the whole story. There are lots of other factors. More broadly, though, what we're doing is we're going back now, as we did after the financial crisis, the global financial crisis 10 years ago, and we're looking at where were the stress points, how did all of the work we did for the last 10 years, how did it hold up, what happened that was new, and we're going to be doing a lot of work on that. We are doing a lot of work on that, and a big part of it, a central part of it will be the Treasury market, and what changes do we need to make in and around the Treasury market so that we don't have this happen again.
My time has expired.
Thank you very much. All time has expired for questions. We will now yield for a closing statement to the ranking member.
Well, I thank the Chairman Clyburn, for hosting the hearing, and Chairman Powell, again, thank you for the work you're doing during an incredibly difficult time. The Federal Reserve has stepped up, like so many other federal agencies, to manage what is an unprecedented time in America's history, a time that we mourn the deaths we've experienced in America. We are managing through finally getting our economy back open, seeing economic growth, helping families get back on their feet, which is an ongoing process, while we also follow the science and get to a cure, to get multiple vaccines, hopefully in the stage of approval from the FDA, which could happen in a matter of weeks, to see this revolutionary work that's being done with a partnership between the FDA, CDC, working with the best scientists, not just in America, but in the world, to get us to vaccines by some of the most respected companies in the world, most of them headquartered here in America, something we ought to be proud of, something this president has led the effort on. I know there's a lot of talk about China. There ought to be a lot of talk about China, because China lied to us, and not just to America, but to the whole world. If China would have been candid with just the United States, let alone the other countries around the world, we all could have seen dramatic reduction in deaths. You know, when you look at the deaths all around the world, obviously we are concerned about all the deaths. We want to do everything we can to stop deaths here in America, doing the things we can do. Do you know, if just 5 states, who many of us on this committee worked to uncover, we still haven't gotten the answers we want, we still haven't gotten the transparency we want, but 5 states broke with President Trump's guidelines, went against the CDC guidance from the scientists, and sent nursing homes patients who were COVID positive in hospitals back to the nursing homes. More than 25,000 seniors died who shouldn't have. If just those 5 governors would have followed the president's guidelines from his medical experts, we would not even be on this list of the top 10 deaths. And so we need to keep working to get those answers. But the fact that we haven't had one hearing on this committee on China, the country not only who started this virus, but the country who lied to the rest of the world to increase the number of deaths that occurred in every country. We need to have that hearing to get those answers, to get the facts out, because we know a lot more about this disease today. The Secretary of HHS, Secretary Azars, talked about if you walked into a hospital back in March, if you had some of those pre-existing conditions that we now know about that put you at a higher propensity of dying from COVID, if you walk into that same hospital today, your chances of walking out of that hospital alive would be dramatically higher because of medicine. Doctors know a lot more today than they knew just a few months ago. They know how better to treat patients. We all know from the data who's most at risk to save more people, to get that data out there. But we also know, as Dr. Green and others have pointed out, that closing down schools when they can safely reopen is hurting kids. It's going to kill kids. Deaths are up amongst young people, not from COVID, but from non-COVID related things. There are so many studies that are showing the harm that's being done to kids for those school systems that won't safely reopen. The protocols are there for how to safely reopen. The money is there. We passed in the CARE Act $150 billion to states. Not one single state has spent all that money, and that money can be used to safely reopen schools. The time for excuses is over. The can-do spirit that's got us on the verge of a vaccine by multiple companies, and now today, literally as we were holding this hearing, a 4th company's been added to this list, Johnson & Johnson. But we're on the brink. This is you're talking about revolutionary moonshot items that are being performed by medicine because the can-do spirit of America. We know we can do this. We know we can get our economy back up and running to the greatest economy we had maybe in the history of our country before COVID. We can get back there. Every income group was doing well, but as Chairman Powell pointed out, the lowest income level groups were doing the best prior to COVID because they were becoming part of the middle class again. Something we all ought to applaud, something we all ought to achieve and work to get back to. We can work to get back to that. We are. We have work to do. We ought to pass that bill that's sitting out there floundering before we leave. The bill by Congressman Shabbat to take that PPP money, $138 billion sitting idly, that can be turned on today to help those small businesses who are dying on the vine, who we don't want to go away. We don't want those jobs to go away. We can get that done. We ought to get that done. That bill ought to be on the suspension calendar. It would pass overwhelmingly if the majority would just bring it up. And so I appreciate that you've talked about what you're doing, what others are doing to get this economy back going. We've obviously talked about what the president is doing, following the science to confront this virus, to get us to the brink of a vaccine that hopefully everyone who wants to take it will feel comfortable taking it because the FDA is the gold standard. And it only happens if they approve it. And if they approve it, we all ought to celebrate that achievement because it'd be historic for the world that quickly to get a vaccine approved. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I know we're going to have other hearings, and hopefully we'll bring up some of these other issues as we move forward, but I appreciate you holding this one. And again, Mr. Powell, thank you for the work you're doing. Yield back.
I thank the ranking member for his closing statement and for yielding back. In closing, let me thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for your testimony here today. As I shared with you in a previous conversation, you are among the public servants for whom I have a great deal of admiration and respect. And I appreciate your being here today to help us try to determine how best to get beyond this pandemic, how to improve our economy, and help the millions of Americans struggling to find jobs, pay rent, mortgages, and put food on the table. As you know, Mr. Chairman, this select subcommittee is modeled on the Truman Committee during World War II. As many of my colleagues know, Harry Truman is one of my political heroes. I became acquainted with him as an elementary school student back when he ran for president. I just admired a gentleman from Lowell, Missouri, being limited in education, but had a great deal of what it took to make this country what it is today. In fact, I'm one of those few Democrats that's not referred to. I don't call myself a New Dealer. I'm a fair dealer. Harry Truman's fair deal is what started me into politics. And Truman said this about that committee, that this subcommittee is modeled after. Harry Truman said that he sought to prevent policies that, and I'm quoting him here, make the big men bigger and let the little men go out of business or starve to death. That is what Harry Truman said back in 1941 when we were trying to recover from World War II. And this committee was modeled after that. And according to our research, that committee, Harry Truman's committee, cost the government about $1 million. But according to our research, it returned over $16 billion to the federal coffers. But beyond that, the researchers said that his work saved the lives of millions of children, untold number of children whose lives were saved by that committee. And I would say to my friend, the ranking member, he talked about those four companies that are on the verge, hopefully on the verge, of coming up with a safe, I want to emphasize, safe vaccine. The fact of the matter is, those companies are really recipients of a significant federal investment. And I hope that they will get us to saving lives. However, I caution, according to my readings, neither one of these four companies included children among the testing that they're doing. No children. So we know that this virus affects children and adults differently, yet all of the protocol has been on adults. We have no idea what it will do to children. And we have no idea what will happen when children are brought back into the classrooms and what it will do to teachers if we believe that children may be asymptomatic in many instances. So let me remind my friend, the ranking member, that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention has made clear that in-person learning presents the highest risk for spreading the virus compared to remote or hybrid school. Now, I don't know what's going on in Louisiana, but I do know that school closings in my home state, where the legislature is Republican-controlled, the governor is a Republican. So this is not about Democrats versus Republicans. No Democrat closed any school in South Carolina. The schools are closed. He and I barter a lot about Clemson and LSU. I don't know what y'all doing down at LSU, but Clemson is closed.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll be glad to yield.
And this is just a good, candid conversation. I know we had a hearing. The vice president came down to LSU's campus. We had the head of the LSU system and the head of the Southern University system. I think it's the only historically black college and university system. There are a lot of HBCU colleges, but Southern, I think, is the only full system. And both of them have opened for in-school. They offer hybrid, and I know a lot of systems. Each school system is different. We have a Democrat governor. We actually work very well together. I think he's done a good job of allowing school systems to open and give them the tools they need. Most have, not all. I think New Orleans starts this week in school, so some have delayed opening. And they've had good success. Obviously, they put protocols in place for if one student tests positive, how to handle that in that classroom. But overall, it's been going on for probably over a month now. I know our kids go to school in the city of New Orleans, and they've been in school for a few weeks now, and it's working very well. But each school system is obviously handled differently, but the tools are there, and I know we've put a lot of that, the work you and I did, all of us did in this committee, and our full House colleagues, the cooperation we did in the CARES Act has been part of that. So I appreciate that, and we're going to continue to follow that progress. Maybe we can have a hearing on the Operation Warp Speed status of these 4 drugs and what else we can do to spur that kind of progress. I yield back.
I thank you, gentlemen. You make my point very well. You're doing it. You opened in Louisiana to a fuller extent in South Carolina. Louisiana has a Democratic governor. South Carolina's got a Republican governor. So this ain't about Democrats versus Republicans. It is about who has the science working for them. We had this administration to ask us to reopen schools. A lot of schools reopened. But according to my information, 21,000 children and teachers contracted the virus. 21,000. And a lot of these schools have been forced to close. University of North Carolina stayed open for a week and closed, sent the kids home, and made it very clear that some of them who did not, this wasn't the University of North Carolina, another school, all the students lost the tuition, couldn't get it back. So we have a responsibility here to really do what is necessary for the country. And so I would hope that as we go forward with these hearings, and I think on the 2nd, we'll have a hearing. Mr. Azar will be here. You invoked his name today, and I would hope you will ask questions of Mr. Azar as to why the president was so laudatory of China. That may have been the chilling effect for many of us in dealing with that issue.
Would the gentleman yield on that?
I'll be glad to yield.
Clearly, we learned a lot more about China. We were trying to find out information about China in those early weeks. Clearly, once we found out, you've seen this president very aggressive against the Chinese Communist Party, in fact, talking about why we need to bring manufacturing back from China, the masks, the PPE that we couldn't get because even a company like 3M, an American company, they were making PPE in China, and the Chinese Communist Party banned them from exporting that back into the United States. So it showed that we need to bring that manufacturing back to America. I think we would probably agree on that. That's something that our President Trump has been very aggressive about against the Chinese Communist Party, because we've learned this. Again, they were lying to the world. It wasn't just America they were lying to. So if somebody's telling you one thing and at one point you're trying to get information, but for the time being, they're telling you something. If you find out later it's a lie, clearly your attitude toward them will be very different, which we are seeing. Yield back.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. I would hope then we will hear the president apologizing to the American people for having misled us as to what China was doing. He is the one that said China was doing a great job. We listened to him, and I believe that maybe it's time for him to be public in apologizing to American people for having misled us. So I want to say, Mr. Chairman, in end of my statement here, that the Truman statement I mentioned earlier, it really grabs me. I've studied Truman all of my life, and I think there's so much. It's kind of interesting. At the end of his presidency, he was a pretty unpopular fellow. But the more historians look back on him, the more they elevate him in the history books. And I believe it won't be long before he'll be in the top 3 or 4 when people get a chance to compare how his committee dealt with this crisis, calling on the research from World War I. And if you call World War I ended, 1917? The Spanish flu hit in 1918. It, too, was a double whammy on our economy like we have today. And so I'm a little bit worried about whether or not we are adhering to the history here, whether we aren't repeating this big man versus little man thing here when we have such a high level. 250,000 may have been good to get down to. I think we ought to look at whether or not to go down to 100,000, or maybe even 50,000, and have some. It says to me, for us to be in this thing for as long as we've been in it, and $1.1 trillion sitting there, 99.7% of it have not been used. It says to me that we just don't want to make the kind of policies that are necessary for little businesses, flower shops, little restaurants need to be reopened. And they need to receive this money. I can name you, take you to restaurants where if they had $100,000 of that money, they could reopen safely. They could create the outdoors that's necessary for them to carry on their businesses. $100,000, I can show you restaurants that would have outdoor patios that they could keep open and go back into business. But they can't do it without that kind of assistance. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do mean it when I say that you are among those that I admire and respect. And I hope that we can work together going forward to get this economy moving. We cannot do it unless we protect our children, unless we protect the health of our teachers, unless we do better by small businesses. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written test questions for the witness to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witness for his response. I ask our witness to please respond as promptly as you are able to. With that, this meeting is adjourned.
Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment to honor the memory of the late Supreme Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Justice Ginsburg was a force for good on the Supreme Court and a true champion for justice, equality, and the balance of power in our representative democracy. May she rest in peace. To commence with our hearing, 11 days ago, our country marked the 19th anniversary of the September 11 terrorist attacks. Like Pearl Harbor 60 years earlier, September 11th will forever be etched in American history as a date that we will never forget. And we will always remember the 2,977 souls that we lost on that horrific day. After the 9/11 attacks, the United States went to war against al-Qaeda and their Taliban hosts in Afghanistan. Since then, the conflict has taken the lives of 2,448 American service members and injured tens of thousands more. In a significant milestone earlier this year, the United States and the Taliban on February 29th, tens of thousands more. In a significant milestone earlier this year, the United States and the Taliban on February 29th signed an agreement for bringing peace to Afghanistan, which outlined a way forward for the complex and complete withdrawal of U.S. forces by mid-2021. In exchange, the Taliban promised to come to the negotiating table with the Kabul government and to prevent terrorist groups such as al-Qaeda from using Afghanistan to stage attacks against the United States and our allies. Despite multiple indications that the Taliban have not fully met their commitments under the February agreement, the Trump administration has steadily withdrawn U.S. forces from Afghanistan, which has ceded much of our leverage to help shape the future of Afghanistan for its people and our national security interests. In fact, in an interview airing over the weekend, former Trump administration National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster described the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan as, quote, an unwise policy. Instead, he argued that what we require in Afghanistan is a sustained commitment to help the Afghan government and help the Afghan security forces continue to bear the brunt of this fight. Since U.S. forces began to withdraw from Afghanistan following the February agreement, security conditions on the ground have deteriorated. In June, the Department of Defense estimated that the Taliban sustained levels of violence 5 times higher than those observed during a February 2020 reduction in violence period. And U.S. CENTCOM Commander General Kenneth McKenzie later described the escalation as not consistent with someone negotiating in good faith. Nevertheless, after months of violence, delay, and a contentious prisoner exchange, the government of Afghanistan and the Taliban finally met in Doha earlier this month to begin intra-Afghan negotiations. But many Afghans remain deeply distrustful of the Taliban's true intention. In particular, many Afghans, especially women and girls, are justifiably concerned that the human rights and democratic gains they've achieved with the U.S. support since 2001 could become jeopardized if the Taliban returned to power through force or through a negotiated settlement. Given the legacy of past failures, we must remain clear-eyed about the stakes of this moment. If the Taliban are unwilling or unable to abide by their commitments, or if political negotiations collapse, the resulting crisis would likely have a grave consequence for those Afghan people, regional stability, and international security. So I'm grateful to our witnesses, Special Representative for Afghan Reconciliation, Zalmay Khalilzad, thank you, Ambassador, and Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Affairs, David Helvey, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here today to answer our questions about the risks and the Trump administration's ongoing efforts to bring the U.S. war in Afghanistan to a close. While we are all eager for our sons and daughters in uniform to return home, it is also important that we do not needlessly or recklessly bargain away the rights and freedoms that the Afghan people have gained at such a huge cost in American, coalition, and Afghan lives. With that, I will now yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, our ranking member, Mr. Grothman, for his opening statement.
The Postal Service is the crown jewel of our federal government. It serves every household and business every day. It employs 630,000 brave individuals who live in every single congressional district. According to Pew Research, 91% of Americans have a favorable view of the Postal Service, leaps and bounds above that of any other federal entity. During the coronavirus pandemic, the Postal Service's value to this nation is greater than ever. The Postal Service is a formal component of our nation's national response framework, serving as a linchpin of our nation's response to the pandemic. A June 2020 Harris poll
found that the Postal Service ranked as the single most essential company to Americans during the pandemic because it's a constant in our lives. It outranks companies that manufacture PPE and sanitizers in that respect. Starting now and going through November, the Postal Service will also play a critical, unprecedented, in the sense of expanded, role in our democracy, protecting the health of voters who cast their ballots by mail. We know postal workers can handle the volume of that election mail. The question is whether those at the helm are taking steps to hinder that capacity and slow it down in ways that hurt the prospects of a fair election but benefit one candidate's reelection campaign. It's essential that Postal Service leadership demonstrate nonpartisanship and not cronyism or favoritism. Leading the Postal Service, serving everyone in our country, and particularly during this pandemic, is a responsibility to bestow upon only the most qualified and honorable of leaders. It's a job for those who are ready and willing to listen to the millions of stakeholders, mail recipients, mailers, voters, unions, veterans, older Americans, Congress, and so many others, to connect the United States as Benjamin Franklin foresaw, and serve as the thread that unites our society's many fabrics. Unfortunately, that's not what is happening. Instead, we have a board of governors who inserted a political ally of the president into the search process at the 11th hour, circumventing proper vetting and background checks. We have a crony at the helm of our nation's postal service, a man rife with conflicts of interest and potential violations of law even. We have a Postmaster General who would benefit financially if the Postal Service contracts out its services and sprints toward privatization. He who would benefit financially and politically if mail-in ballots are delayed or undelivered. That would be unacceptable under any circumstance. It's catastrophic, however, during a global pandemic, on the precipice of one of the most consequential national elections in our lifetimes. This hearing seeks to provide the public with an update on what we know about the background and qualifications of the Postmaster General selected by the Board of Governors. In fact, one might say that this is the homework that Board of Governors should have done but failed to do. Using publicly available resources, we'll piece together the troubling past of Mr. DeJoy. We'll examine his actions related to campaign donations while he was at the helm of New Breed Logistics. We'll explore his continued investments in companies that benefit from contracts with the Postal Service, companies that would also benefit if USPS pursued the President's plan for privatization. We will discuss why these actions and those connections matter and why they should have rendered him, in my view, ineligible for consideration for this position. Mr. DeJoy's first day of work was June 15th. Today marks the start of his 13th week of federal service, and yet his record is characterized by tumult, controversy, plummeting service, betrayal of customers in dire need of life-saving medicines and supplies. But the trucks are on time, albeit with the mail often left behind. So there's that. We learned at our last hearing that Mr. DeJoy has known for weeks that his so-called operational changes that just so happen to coincide with the election starting slowed down the mail by 10%. That's according to their own inside sources, as the chairwoman of this committee made public at our last hearing. For 2 weeks, he withheld from Congress and the public the data and analysis that demonstrated how his leadership undermined the actual mission of the Postal Service to deliver the mail. Days later, details of Mr. DeJoy's personal lack of ethics have come to light. He reportedly forged his own brother's signature to take greater control of his family's company. Mr. DeJoy reportedly and potentially illegally used the family company as a personal political action committee, coercing his staff, reportedly, to donate to preferred Republican candidates and then reimbursing those employees with bonuses and salary. If true, DeJoy's actions should have been of great concern to the Board of Governors and could be prosecuted for criminal activity. But we're not done. Over the weekend, the Postmaster General sent every home in America a mailer instructing all who seek to vote by mail to request a mail-in ballot, sending misinformation and confusing voters in 9 states that automatically send out such ballots. This debacle could have been avoided if Mr. DeJoy had simply accepted the offers of state election officials to proofread that message before he sent it out. And today we see reports emerging that when Mr. DeJoy was the CEO of New Breed Logistics and contracting with the Postal Service, his company may have received as much as $53 million in overpayments for services rendered. The dossier released today by Ms. Lisa Graves, one of our witnesses, shows that Mr. DeJoy continues to hold investments, assets, or other interest in entities that benefit when the Postal Service contracts out its operations. Moreover, Mr. DeJoy improperly mixes his personal and political friendships with his nonpartisan position, ostensibly, as PMG. What should scare every American who believes that the Postal Service should not be an arm of any campaign is that Mr. DeJoy, in his official capacity, continues to conceal his secret coordination with Trump campaign associates, about which he's already provided misleading information and testimony before the Congress. The chairwoman and I have repeatedly asked the Postmaster General and the Board of Governors for information that would justify the sweeping operational changes, clarify what Mr. DeJoy's investments are, ensure transparency of operations, and restore trust in the Postal Service. They've not given the committee the documents we have requested and that we require. On September 2nd, Chairwoman Maloney issued a subpoena compelling Mr. DeJoy to produce a wide range of documents, including those previously requested and a list of contacts, all contacts, with Trump campaign affiliates and individuals. Today is the deadline for the Board of Governors to provide the committee documents and information to shed light on the way Mr. DeJoy was selected for this position. While the Board of Governors might be, quote, tickled pink, unquote, with Mr. DeJoy's performance, the American people are not. Perhaps they need to be reminded that their job is to serve the country, not any particular president. I look forward to hearing from our expert witnesses today and continuing this critical discussion and the committee's ongoing investigation.
Thank you very much, and I thank all of the panelists for their really important testimony. Mr. Feynman, you have extensive experience with the high-level inner workings of the Postal Service. You spent 10 years on the Board of Governors. You really are an expert on the Postal Service and the Board of Governors. I'd like to ask you about the process for selecting the Postmaster General. In your 10 years on the board, you were involved in the hiring of 2 postmasters, one in 1998 and the other in 2001. Is that correct?
foothill that shows a range of 100 to 240,000 deaths if we took the drastic actions to put the mitigation into effect, which did require some shutting down of the country. Did you and Dr. Birx explain at a March 31st briefing that initial projections from the health experts showed that if we did not act, the death tolls by August 1st could exceed a couple million?
Yes, that's what we presented, based on a model, sir. It's a model.
Sure. And was the goal of the national mitigation effort to bring the projected death tolls down from over 2 million to the range of 100 to 140,000?
Yes, with an exception, because as I mentioned at a press conference associated with that, I said the model would say it would go down, but I don't think we should be accepting that we could likely do much better. If I could just have 20 seconds more, I'll explain it. Because if we had done the kinds of things uniformly and consistently throughout the country of the recommendations of the Gateway Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, what would have happened is that we would have had less than that. And we know that some states did a good job, some states did not so good a job. Some states tried to do a good job, but people didn't listen. We saw pictures of people congregating at bars with no masks. So even though the model said that likely would be the number of deaths, I and my colleagues always said we should strive very hard to not reach that number if we did the public health measures that we were talking about, masks, physical separation, etc.
So outside of that qualification, which I think it's admirable to try to always best what you think might be the case, do you think the actions of the American people and the actions of President Trump and the task force at least hit where you were hoping, notwithstanding the qualification that you made?
Yeah, what we did show, and we know the data, and that's very important because it helps us to look ahead, that the kinds of things that were put into effect, the mitigation, going from control as well as mitigation, we believe have saved a lot of lives.
Would you agree that the task force and the president took the outbreak very seriously from the beginning, taking unprecedented action, saving millions of American lives as a result?
Yes, I mean, obviously, I think one of the first things that we had said and discussed before was the shutting off of travel to China. And then second, after that, we did it at a time, for example, when we were getting cases from Europe, which actually seeded the northeastern part of our country, particularly the New York metropolitan area.
I think the importance of that is understated in terms of those early decisions, what impact they did have. As we can see from this chart poster, a quick Google search will reveal that the president and the task force told the American people on March 31st, millions could die if we did not follow the White House guidelines. If we did everything optimally, then we would be where we are today. If we want to ask the American people to continue to take the virus seriously and keep making sacrifices in their daily lives until we have a vaccine, then do you think the media, politicians, and scientists like you need to do a better job reminding the American people about the Blue Mountain warning of millions dead and how their collective actions will continue to save lives?
Yes, Senator. In fact, virtually every time I am in the public and given the opportunity to talk about this, I continue to stress the 4 or 5 things that if we all did it and we did it consistently, we would not only prevent the surges that we've seen, but we would also get those surges down, as we're seeing in different parts of the country now where cases are starting to come down. So some of the areas of the country that are doing it well are seeing a good control, and others are not. I think we need uniformity throughout the country of a consistent adherence to the public health practices that we talk about.
Thank you, Senator Braun. Senator Jones.
All right.
We'll fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this hearing, but also thank you for service on this committee. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today. Again, we always appreciate you being here. I want to first comment something that Senator Kane said. I think he was referring to Dr. Redfield's testimony about the importance of timely and effective health care, the ability to get health care. And Senator Kane noted he wouldn't know what 400,000 Virginians would have done had they not had the benefit of Medicaid expansion. I can tell you, Senator, unfortunately, I've got almost the same number in Alabama, 400,000, who did not have that benefit at all because Alabama refused to expand Medicaid. And I still can't get folks up here to seem to understand the importance of giving states like Alabama that opportunity with federal incentives again, but that's for another day. I would like to, I think it's pretty clear, gentlemen, that one of the concerns a lot of people have on both sides of the aisle is just mixed messages going back and forth, and it's really difficult. Since the very beginning of this, I've tried to tell people in Alabama, listen to the healthcare folks. Don't listen to politicians. Listen to the healthcare folks. Every week, beginning in April, I had a Facebook Live with media that we broadcast. Dr. Fauci was gracious enough to join me for one of those, which I really appreciated. But it's gotten more difficult. I'm sure you can see. And it's gotten more difficult as we approach the election. Dr. Hahn, the president at one point said in a news conference that the FDA wanted to limit the use of the convalescent plasma until after the election, and that he tweeted that there was a deep state within the FDA that's making it difficult for drug companies to get people in order to test vaccines. And his chief of staff said that the president wanted to make the FDA feel the heat, which I'm not sure exactly what that meant. But Dr. Hahn, you said that you have every confidence in the scientists and staff at FDA, and I appreciate that, and I do too, by the way. Is there some kind of deep state that you have seen in the FDA that is anyway trying to do anything other than quickly get a vaccine, get therapeutics to the American public?
Senator, I will answer your question this way. I have 100% confidence in the outstanding scientists, doctors, nurses, pharmacists at FDA who have remarkably stood up during this pandemic to help expedite getting medical products to the American people. I have complete confidence in their decisions, and I have complete confidence in the actions that have been taken to date.
And that confidence is based on following the science, not any political pressure, and that's what we're expecting with a vaccine approval.
Yes, sir, and I've said that several times today, and I appreciate the opportunity to say it again. Our career scientists for any medical products, and particularly vaccines, will follow the science and data and our rigorous standards, and there won't be politics that make any part of that decision, sir.
Great. Dr. Redfield, a similar question with you. You said in your testimony that you, and all of you have in one way or another continued, every time we've talked, every time you've been here, you've continued to tell the people, wear a mask, social distance, wash your hands. And Dr. Redfield, you said today, you've added a fourth, be smart about crowds. But yet we see time and time again in political gatherings, and to not be partisan here, in public protest, peaceful protest, folks aren't doing that. They're not doing that, and in fact, some are being encouraged not to wear a mask, not to do anything. What's the public to do when you've got public officials and others that are giving a different message from what you guys are doing? And everybody has been pretty consistent, but we've got clear messages coming from the president and folks on both sides of the aisle, in my opinion, that it's okay under the circumstances you want to ignore those guidelines. We don't know whether those people are washing their hands or not, but we know that most of them are not wearing a mask, they're not social distancing, and they're certainly not being smart about crowds. What do we do? How do we get the information to our people?
Thank you very much, Senator. Again, we have to just keep stressing that what I've said before, that we want all Americans to embrace wearing a face mask, be smart about social distancing in crowds, wash their hands, and obviously have confidence in the flu vaccine. If we all wore a mask and we were smart about social distancing, as Dr. Fauci alluded to, this outbreak would really start to come under control. This simple decision But unfortunately, it's not something that 75% of us can do, and we're going to get the results we want. This is something that we all have to do to get the results we want. And we will continue to stress that. I want to add, how disappointed I have been personally when people at HHS made comments that they felt that there was a deep state down at CDC. I will tell you, these are dedicated men and women that are confronting the greatest public health crisis of our time, working 24/7, over 6,700 of them involved in the outbreak itself, 1,200 deploying. And it's offensive to me when I hear this type of comment. I think in my 21 years, 22 years in the military, you never knew people's political perspective. I will say that is the same about the men and women at CDC. They're dedicated to protect the public health of this nation, and I know that you all appreciate that. Obviously, people don't understand the ability to suck energy out of people that are working 24/7 when they get unfairly criticized or unfairly characterized. And really, that's the real harm in all of this.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much for that. I completely agree. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Jones. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I want to thank everyone on the panel for just everything you and your teams are doing to save us from this pandemic, move us forward with therapeutics and vaccines and back to our regular lives. But my office has heard from a number of our local health departments in recent weeks about the challenges that they continue to face, not only in addressing COVID-19, but preparing to combat COVID alongside the seasonal flu, which is just about to begin. So as we enter flu season, we're again faced with a preventable public health crisis, but this time we can avoid catastrophe by adequately supporting our medical officials on the ground with the resources they need. Dr. John Novak, who leads the Washoe County District Board of Health in Northern Nevada, recently explained the critical need to address both flu and COVID prevention, saying the flu vaccine this year is very COVID-related since they're both respiratory component diseases. The initial symptoms, extremely close in pattern. The flu season fast upon us, it's extremely important to reduce the number of flu patients that need the same overtaxed medical care. So, Dr. Fauci, could you just please explain, if you will, the importance of concurrent planning for flu shots and our COVID response, and how maybe we should be providing things at the same, when we get a vaccine or something like that, individuals at the same location drive up. How are we going to do that?
Yeah. Well, thank you for the question, Senator. First of all, I want to just emphasize what your health officials already have mentioned to you, the importance of getting an influenza vaccine, because what we don't want is two conflated respiratory infections at the same time as we enter into the fall and the winter. We want to get as many people vaccinated with the flu vaccine as possible. The logistics of how you can get them done together, I don't think I can comment on that right now. Perhaps Dr. Redfield can. But one of the things I do want to mention, because we've seen that in Australia as well as South Africa and Argentina, is that if we continue to do what each of us have been saying regarding the kinds of preventive measures of mask wearing, social distancing, avoiding crowds, washing hands, etc., if we do that as we get into the fall and the winter for the purpose of COVID-19, it is likely to have a positive impact on the infection rate of influenza, because our colleagues in the Southern Hemisphere, particularly in Australia, have found because of that, they've had a very, very low, mild influenza season. So if we could combine the vaccination as much as we possibly can with influenza, together with the public health measures, hopefully we can have a very, very low level of flu that would not then complicate what will clearly be a challenge in the winter with COVID-19. Thank you.
And Senator,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry.
I appreciate that. I just have a minute left. I want to ask about some interesting research, and any of you can take this if you know about it. I've been seeing some information come out recently about the bradykinin peptide, and how when it's overactive, it causes inflammation that could be part of the reason that COVID-19 causes this fluid buildup in the lungs. Anybody could take this. Have you been talking about that research, and is that really going to be helpful? I know that there are drugs out there that to help reduce this kind of, well, I'm not sure if it's inflammation, but attack this kind of response. So maybe someone wants to take that question and is that a possibility for treatment?
Yeah, real quickly, there are a number of interventions to block and blunt the overactive inflammatory response, which is relevant as you get into advanced disease. Dexamethasone, which I mentioned in my opening comments, is a commonly used steroid which blocks inflammation. There are a variety of other trials that are either ongoing or being prepared to look at blocking a variety of other inflammatory indicators such as cytokines, IL-6, and a variety of others. These are things that are being actively pursued. There's no evidence thus far, except for the dexamethasone evidence, that by blocking inflammation, you can actually help people with advanced disease and actually decrease mortality. So it's one of those things that are involved in blocking inflammation.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and appreciate everything that you're doing. I look forward to speaking with you again, and hopefully going to continue to get positive news. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. We'll go to Senator Murray now for her closing questions or remarks, and if Senator Loeffler returns from voting in time, we'll go to her next, and then we'll close the hearing. Senator Murray.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I will submit my additional questions for the record. I would like to thank all of our witnesses for joining us today. And Senator Alexander, you announced earlier that this will be the last hearing of the Health Committee that you chair, and I just want to start by saying it's been a pleasure to work with you to lead this committee over the past several years and through many critical challenges for our country, from working to address the opioid crisis, supporting medical innovation, replacing No Child Left Behind. There's a lot we've gone through. And we've been able to do a lot of that by listening to each other and, most importantly, listening to the people in our states about what they need. So I just want to say I think that I speak for everyone on my side of the aisle when I say I'm very proud of the work we've been able to do together with you on the other side of the dais. And this may be our last hearing, but just know I appreciate all you have done and will continue to do. I want you to know I'm going to continue to follow our response to this pandemic very closely. I will continue pressing for answers, including on issues like whether our meat packing plants have accurate information, as Senator Baldwin raised earlier. Given what's happened in my state and others, we need answers on that. I'm also going to continue demanding a full, comprehensive plan to finally get testing where it needs to be and fully prepared to make sure we develop, manufacture, distribute, and administer a safe, effective, and trusted vaccine. I'm going to continue to push back against every effort from this president to interfere in our response and put politics over science and public health. I will continue to call out misinformation or lies or conspiracies and work to make sure we are communicating clear, science-based facts to people in this country. And I am going to urge our Republicans to come back to the table and negotiate in earnest so we can finally pass the kind of sweeping relief our communities really need. Despite President Trump's careless claims that we are rounding the final turn or that this disease affects virtually nobody, we know the painful reality is that this crisis has tragically killed over 200,000 Americans already, and that it is far from over. So our work to respond to it cannot be over either. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Murray, and thanks for your kind remarks. And I expressed again today how much I appreciate our friendship, your diligence, and your leadership, which has been absolutely crucial to the considerable results that have come out of this committee, especially over the last 6 years. So thank you very much for that. Senator Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to start by thanking each of you here today. I want to thank you and your workforces for the tremendous work, the effort that's been done to combat this virus. Dr. Redfield, this question's for you. I wanted to touch on the subject that I feel has been overlooked as we continue to confront the pandemic. That issue is mental health, particularly in younger populations and the front line. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to be briefed by Dr. Deborah Howery. She's the director of the National Center for Injury Prevention and Control, and also one of your colleagues at the CDC. And we spoke on the rising mental health issues due to the pandemic, and particularly suicidal ideation. We spoke about the importance of comprehensive community-level outreach programs to prevent this issue from growing worse. The CDC is funding several different programs that are aimed at this goal, and the CDC's Comprehensive Suicide Prevention Program is currently funding 9 grant recipients in different states to a COVID suicide prevention funded project in Georgia, in my state, that's being run through your Department of Public Health. The question for you is, what more can we do on the federal level to shine a light on this issue and make sure that these communities have the resources that they need to have comprehensive outreach and to ensure that we're not turning a blind eye to the critical issue of mental health that so many are facing due to this pandemic? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. It's a very, very important issue, and I'm glad Dr. Howerly had the opportunity to brief you. On one of our recent surveys, it was surprising that over 30% of Americans are feeling anxiety and depression as part of the COVID experience. And we have seen, sadly, an uptick, particularly in adults, in suicide. One of the reasons I was so aggressive in reminding the American public that the public health interest of K through 12s is best served by getting kids back to face-to-face learning. Many people may not realize that over 7 million children get their mental health services in the context of schools. We also, unfortunately, have seen an increase in substance abuse and drug use disorder that's been associated with this COVID situation, some of which has been driven by the lack of availability of medical appointments when the health industry basically pulled back to help manage people that had chronic pain syndrome or were recovering from drug use disorder. So it's a very important issue. I think we do have to keep it. We did start this, you've probably seen it on TV, How Right Now initiative to let people know that it's not stigmatizing to say that you're not doing well, that you're depressed or you're suicidal. These are medical conditions, like I've argued about drug use disorder. These are not behavioral issues. These are medical conditions. They need to be treated as medical conditions. And, you know, I think it is one of the collateral damages that we saw as part of the COVID pandemic.
Thank you. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Loeffler. We'll wrap up the hearing now. I have just 3 or 4 questions about the vaccine, which I'll start with Dr. Fauci, but any of the others want to answer it. Pretty simple questions, but it may be important for the American people. One is, and I've had people say this to me, Dr. Fauci, if I take a shot to get the vaccine, does that give me COVID?
Absolutely not. That would be impossible.
That would be impossible. So,
yes, sir.
So one of the risks of a vaccine shot is not getting COVID.
That is correct. That risk does not exist.
Will the vaccine for COVID, will it likely be more like the polio vaccine or the flu vaccine? By that I mean, if you take the polio vaccine, you assume you'll never get polio. If you take the flu vaccine each year, it's sort of a guess about whether the vaccination really will be effective. And I think it also helps speed the cure if you do get sick, but it may not be more than 50% effective. So is it more like the polio vaccine or the flu vaccine, or do we know that yet?
We do not know that yet, Mr. Chairman, and that's one of the things that we will learn. Polio is a highly, highly effective vaccine that gives long-lasting protection. What we do not know yet is how effective the COVID-19 vaccine will be, nor do we know the durability of the protection, how long it will last. We will find out the answer to those questions through the clinical trials and the follow-up of the clinical trials.
Will the vaccine be free when it's distributed and administered to Americans?
We have been assured that, in fact, the American public will not have to pay for the vaccine. We have been told that at the level of the task force.
When we're talking about vaccines, are we in the most of the 6 vaccines, we're anticipating that you'd have to take 2 shots about 4 weeks apart, and then the effectiveness of the vaccine might be 2 weeks after that? Or is that wrong?
It varies from candidate to candidate. For example, the Moderna and the Pfizer, which are out there now, are 2 shots, a prime and a boost. One is the boost at 28 days, one is a boost at 21 days, whereas the J&J or Janssen is a single shot.
Well, I want to thank all 4 of you for what many of the senators said today, which is extraordinarily able and dedicated service to our country. And what I've heard today is that we are in an unprecedented sprint towards success in terms of, first, vaccines. The polio vaccine took more than 10 years. Other vaccines we're familiar with took a long time. But what the administration is telling us is that we likely will have a vaccine approved within a year from the time it was first developed. And we know that we will have tens of millions of doses of a total of 6 vaccines ready for distribution once it's approved. We've also heard that we have 5 treatments, that if you get COVID-19, there are 5 medicines for it, and that there are more coming, likely. And the most promising may be the so-called antibody cocktails that were used so effectively with Ebola. And we've also heard that despite a bumpy start with the diagnostic test at CDC at the beginning of the year, that we've had explosion of quick diagnostic tests. And the administration, for example, has bought up 150 million of the Abbott test, which is $5, 15 minutes, more specific results, and will begin to distribute those to schools, or is beginning to distribute those to schools, colleges, and to states. And the Dr. Collins Shark Tank at NIH is producing even more. Dr. Hahn, when I asked him who makes the decisions, Dr. Hahn, the scientists at FDA, or the White House, he said the scientists at FDA in terms of safety and efficiency. And all of you have said that you would take the test or the vaccine when it's produced and recommend it to your families, although Admiral Jawar said what is wise, you should talk to your doctor before you take any kind of shot, I assume. But they said they had great confidence in the FDA. We've also heard, and I think this is most important, Dr. Fauci, as did all of you say, but Fauci's been involved with these things since 1984, the Reagan years, or even before. Are we cutting corners on safety and efficiency? And he said no. And the risk we're taking is to the taxpayers because of the new way we're doing things. We could lose a lot of money if these vaccines aren't approved. But I think the Congress and the President decided that that was well worth it if it saved lives by having a vaccine ready in a year rather than 2, 3, 4 years. And finally, I asked whether it was a good idea, having been a college president, to send home the students who get sick with COVID if an outbreak comes out, as it is on many college campuses. And Dr. Fauci said, no, that's not the right way to do it. The right way to do it is to manage your campus in such a way that you can isolate the sick students, send them home, and they just infect grandma, grandpa, everybody else in the community. So it's been a very useful and effective hearing. It was widely carried live on television for a couple of hours, so the American people had a chance to see the administration's top health experts answer tough questions from Democrats and Republicans and give straightforward answers. I thank you for your service, and I thank you for today's hearing. The hearing record will remain open for 10 days. Members may submit additional information for the record within that time if they would like. Thank you for being here. The committee will stand adjourned.
Grand jury was ultimately the one that made.
Let's take that shit to St. Matthew.
Right. Y'all hitting the goddamn donation link so much. Y'all gonna have me out here getting robbed. Y'all hitting the donation link side of the game so much. Y'all gonna have me getting on the.
Wrong. That's what they think about it. That's how they feel about us. They don't give two fucks. And everyone moves to one side and let the truck do with orders. That way if you need one, you just grab it off the back of the truck. with water.
Hey, what's going on, guy?
Everybody understand? All the bodies. It ain't nobody past these shields. All the bodies behind these shields. Everybody understand? Everybody understand? All the bodies behind these shields. If you have personal shields, Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Please, we are area surrounded. I know we got a lot of bands over here, police over here. So please, we are area surrounded. Let's roll! Let's roll! Okay. Tell the truck don't feel. The truck needs to just wait and let the people pass. Get in the back. Aaron! Stop!
Hey, hold on, you all. Stop! Stop! Hold on!
Where's Aaron?
Are you basically sticking to the back?
I don't really have a rhyme or reason right now.
Gotcha.
To be honest, I'm just going. How about you?
I'm everywhere, but I'm trying to figure out where I can find you if I need to find you.
Okay. Well.
I know.
Oh, the cops are coming. I can try to be like watch you better.
I'm really not feeling well, and I'm moving close around. Worst case, stick to the middle so everybody's surrounding you.
They're trying to. They start moving us around because of cars and stuff. So like.
Well, they blocked a couple places, so they're just reacting to blocks.
Well, we could have walked around them.
See the police staying about a block behind us, just moving forward as we move forward. Kentucky. We just moved past Jackson. Still moving forward, not sure where we're going.
Animal cruelty too. Take those dogs home.
Corner of Kentucky and Hancock Street right now.
Our children are dead! We gotta let them know! The piss-off one, the chill one, the ones in 2070, the ones who spit all of the goddamn money! Okay! Hashtag, are you in the hashtag? Keep going! Keep fucking going! Keep going! Hashtag, keep going! Keep going! Keep going! Keep going!
Hi, Aaron.
Get some garbage bags and clean up your streets while you're out there.
Just fucking America with a different system built in blackwash way. Listen, everybody. Take it to the streets to fight the police. No justice. No peace. Take it to the streets.
today,
That's when they were sitting outside watching the march go by. Like I say, show our support for Breonna Taylor. You got the bang on the leg.
This shit ain't for show. It ain't for watch.
Yeah, not no fuck that.
Put your fist up. If you win us, put your fist up. We know everything's gonna be over.
Please stay safe out here. I definitely will. Oh, definitely.
dogs' lives matter. Take the dogs home.
Make way for the shields! Make way for the shields!
What's going on, y'all? This is T-May waving from online, giving you all continuous. What's going on, sis?
March 13th. We provided that information to to find common ground, to find ways to love one another, and just be good neighbors. So that's what I implore as you all report on this in a responsible manner. That's what I implore those that are watching on television. Is that we all have the responsibility of coming together now.
Right behind you, Mike. Right behind you.
Take that charge seriously. The governor likes to talk about Team Kentucky, and I believe him earnestly in that charge. And I hope that that extends to the results that were issued here today. And I hope that extends to all of our neighbors and all of our communities. Thank you, and God bless you.
Black Lives Matter! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Hold up! Take the flag just a little bit. We about to turn. You go back down Broadway. Come on, Broadway back. That's another. All good. Hey, listen up! Listen! So we go back to Broadway. We want you right back down in their face. Atlanta tonight. Atlanta tonight. It's a whole different story. Back to the police station. We go to the highway. Hey, what is that? We're on the same page. We're on the same page. Where are we going next? It doesn't keep arguing with your family. It's going through the highway. Raise your hand if you want to. No. We want to do that.
There's two schools of thought on where to go next. Broadway or to the Highlands.
To go back now. Let's go. These leaders are down now, chick. It's the one that takes the vote. We're going to the fucking house. Thank you.
There you have it.
Wall Street!
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They went through a lot of layers to get out on the ground. Good thing I brought another one.
There you go.
Thank you, though.
You're welcome.
At least I know if somebody finds mine, they know whose it is.
Right?
Trying to get them to stay up here and nobody get in front, but they're coming on the outside.
We gotta let the shield take the place. We gonna follow behind the shield. That's what they want. That's what they want. That's right. Let the shields go, please. Let the shields go. Yes, let the shields go.
Dogs' lives matter. Take the dogs home.
Let the shield burn! Everybody get on the sidewalk! Mike check! Mike check! Mike check! Mike check! Like a rolling black man right now. Stop walking past the shield! Get behind the fucking shield! Damn, I got a rolling black man. Get behind the shield! A rolling black man on me! So once again, tell me what you want. Hey, some more black women up here in front. Mike check! I need more black women up front. I need more black women up front. Hey, when it comes to the media, only media I want in the front is the 502 live streamers. There's no offense between nobody from another state. Right now, it's just for us. Alright? Listen. No one is to cross in front of the black women. Nobody. No one. None. When we see danger, we will let y'all know what to do. Everybody keep a steady pace. No one crosses in front of the black women. We need to right foot. Listen, people in the front, we need y'all to clear a way for them. I want everybody to understand that we are in a position of day one, day two, week one. Like, this is action. You gotta be prepared for everything, anything. If you're not, go home. Go home. Please. You know what I'm saying? Like, we ready. But we need y'all black men to be with us. I do what, listen, don't follow me. I do what I want. Don't follow me.
Women in that second line, fill out. Fill out if y'all can, fill out.
How you doing?
It's right there, babe. You dropped it right here. Right there, Pontel.
Get it, April. Get it.
What happened? That's the new thing. Everybody drop it back. Stay close to me. All right.
Ahead, I see police.
You're not gonna shoot your gun? Get the fuck out of the way for the day one. On my kids.
I had an assumption that police would try to block protesters from continuing on, and I think I see them doing just that. Pardon me, 1 second. All right, looks like they moved. I don't know if you all saw the Ford Explorer continuing on to the left. That was a police vehicle. I'm gonna go follow it. See what protesters are walking into. Behind this Mercedes van is a police vehicle. Hi there. Here they come.
Sniffer Biden loves kids.
Slow down a little bit. Slow down a little bit, Chris. Your long-legged ass. Shit. Everybody spread out. He's taking over the streets.
Then I will tell them plainly, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness. Jesus, Matthew chapter 7 verse 23. How many Dems voters would let Sniffer Biden babysit their own kids?
Damn, what's down there?
Probably don't want to know.
Shut down!
What do criminals want? No justice, no peace.
Get through.
I need the soundtrack.
What do we want? Justice! What do we want it now? What do we want? Justice! What do we want it now? Since we can get it, burn it down! We can get it, burn it down! We can get it, burn it down! I don't want to say another motherfucking name! I don't want to say another motherfucking name! I don't want to say another motherfucking George Floyd! Come on, Aubrey! I don't want to say another motherfucking name! I don't want to say another motherfucking name! No justice, no peace!
I don't know. Hacksaw Jim Duggan used to walk around with one of them 2x4s all the time. But he was just a wrestler, so not exactly sure.
He got Gatorade on it. If you need energize, get some Gatorade. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
These neighbors over here providing Gatorade, excuse me, miss. Providing the people Gatorades and things like that. Oh, you good out here? You gonna just stay prepared. You guys can't see, maybe you can. But there's a whole line of police, probably about 3 blocks away from us in the back. So one thing I'm gonna tell you about Louisville, it's literally a community-based thing. So the way they try to trap us in downtown, stuff like that, honestly, that might have worked in other metropolitan cities. But we ain't ignorant. Nobody's gonna just sit there and be in the same place they were for 115, 118 days, maybe 119 days now, excuse me. So the goal is to leave and go make some noise in the Highlands. People out in their yards. Mother over there with her son on her shoulders, showing solidarity with the march. I tell a lot of people, if you've never been to Louisville, they have like an area called the Highlands, and it's majority white people in these communities. But I do a lot of work where I'm out and about, and I'm driving through these communities on a regular. And the biggest and the best thing that I see when I'm driving through these areas is these Black Lives Matter signs. And like that's been like the most joyful thing to me that I've seen like since I've been here, because back in February those signs wasn't in those yards at the amount that they are now, at the rate that they are now. And it's almost one of those things where for a black guy moving into certain areas where you're normally not living in, or your community is not really the majority, to see signs like that to show that somebody supports you as to be a member of their community, it means a whole lot. So when it comes to Louisville, like I said, everybody's came together for this movement. So sad that trolls want to speak about people like Antifa. I don't know what they are when it comes to Louisville, because we don't see that here. This ain't Portland. At the end of the day, you see people of all color, you see people of all ages coming together for one moment and one moment only. It's things like this. It is really the things like this that means the most to me. Like I said, at the end of the day, when you see signs like this, you know you're welcome in a community like this, and it's like I said, it's beautiful. We appreciate y'all's support.
We just passed up Grinstead Winter. About to be a Bardstown Road.
It's not about race, it's about good versus evil. The good aren't chanting to burn things down. Criminals call for no justice and no peace.
Who walking away? Who walking away? That's the question. Who's walking away? Hey, who y'all letting walk away? That's what it is, bro. Hey, y'all, hey, walk with me. Come on, bro.
Who did that shit? Hey, you do that shit,
Hey, follow, come down. Nah, he ain't do it. Them two over here. These two. The two white dudes walking.
Hey! You throwing shit, nigga? Hey! Hey, come on, let's go!
So we got two white guys right here who we believe through this shit. We're about to find out. They got Black Lives Matter shirts on, and I ain't never seen them before. Hey, fellas. Yo, y'all did that back there? Y'all sure? Just making sure. Hey, I follow whoever leave. If you leave, all I do.
Fair. I
Yeah, that's it. That's cool. Just making sure. Y'all the only ones that left literally the area, so I just want to make sure.
I swear that was not us. That would be...
I don't know who it was, but it just wanted to make sure.
I feel you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, some individuals said that it was not them. So not exactly sure, but they are the only ones who left. One of the things I've noticed is when shit like that happens, the first ones who leave are the ones who do the shit. And like I said, as soon as I looked around, they were the first ones who jet set it. But yeah, some kind of...
Yeah, I would definitely be safe.
The white bitch. Yeah, that's what I did. Oh, shit. Yes. Who gives a fuck? We don't care anymore. And that's all. And that's all.
Bitch, I'm not the fuck out
The fuck we fight for you, bitch. The fuck?
Got people cleaning up anything that's being knocked over during the march. She might get her a nice little break.
Oh no, someone wrote Stroger.
Actually,
Stroger
you
than
better spell
Spears.
what was wrong. I did see that sign. I didn't even notice that it was misspelled.
It's actually, we are St. Roger than Spears.
St. Roger.
It's a Catholic thing.
Yeah, you didn't grow up Catholic. It makes sense. Never heard of St. Roger. Patron saint of
It's not about East and West. It's about ninjas and witches, power and money, writers and punks. Which side are you on?
Good, T-May?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm here, bro. I'm here.
Like she was saying down, no.
You're more than welcome to talk to us about it. We'll be IFB 1 again. So the crowd has spread out a little bit. There's kind of a chunk up front and then a chunk behind us. Up front is the truck with water. And then we've seen kind of bicycles and going back and forth. And then there's a line behind us that has the signs. But coming to a pause here.
coming on. Police up ahead.
As far as the warning can go as far as 3 blocks when they realize.
I got the sticks out and ready.
ain't going nowhere.
Mr. Snack Truck that charged forcing his sausage snacks on women.
Share this out, share this out.
Share this feed, share the feed. Please share the feed.
They say this is what democracy looks like while they block traffic and demand people raise their fists while saying it's a revolution.
Hey! Hey! My time! My time! My time!
Thank God for the Second Amendment.
You're worse than the Bloods and Crips. You're worse than the Bloods and Crips. All of you. You're worse than the Bloods.
Hey! My time! Hey! My time!
I wouldn't be able to look me in the eyes either.
Right?
Yeah, slide on right through there.
I'm gonna keep saying this to y'all. Every time I see y'all, I'm gonna show you my face.
Media.
I'm gonna tell you
Media.
So then you want to know,
Why she just walk through here? That's crazy.
So why can she walk?
So my white media friends can walk over and through, but I can't walk through.
But we can't walk through.
But we can't walk through. But this is my buddy right there, Reinhardt. Reinhardt got through here. My man right there got through here. Do you see press? Do you see press? Excuse me, sir. I'm media. I'm not protesting. Slide to the left, please. Let me go over there and do my job. Why? You feel that tough about yourself? If you don't want a cameraman, maybe it'll sit right here in your face then. How about that? I'll sit right here since I can't get out of your way. I'll sit right here in your face. I can't walk over there and do my job.
You can't see what we doing back there, Kate.
He allowed Reinhardt to walk through. He allowed that media guy right there to walk through. And he allowed another white individual to walk through. But yet, I can't walk through holding my camera and everything.
Right.
That's
We got
crazy.
cameras, you cannot-
So I would stand here.
Why you let her walk through? And
Your
why can't
vest
walk
is too
through?
little. Why did you let her walk through? Why did a white woman walk through and I can't walk through?
And we can't walk through that.
Brother, can I walk through immediate? Can't.
But why
Can't,
you let
right?
her walk through?
Why did she walk through? Why did
They
she walk
both saw-
through?
They let her through. This is your team. They
You
let her
can't
through.
admit- accountability.
Y'all wonder why we out here.
Accountability.
White privilege at its finest.
That's all we want.
So if you can't be
just let it
equal,
happen. You just let it happen.
I'm gonna be like them and be a dick all in your face all damn day.
You look at her and let her through. Even when I said, oh, you gonna let her through.
You gonna let her do it, you still let her through.
If you wonder why we out this motherfucker. Move! Stay off! Stay off! Watch out! Stay off! Move! Stay off! Stay off!
You walking around. I'm confused. You walking around. I'm confused. Like, this is the shit that y'all do? This is what y'all come to start? You're pushing women and shit? This is what y'all come to do, right? Y'all are dickheads. Pure dickheads. That overtime is gonna suck this week. That overtime is gonna Hey, bro! Hey, I know it's your bitch ass. Keep your hands to yourself. Why you push me for? The fuck you push me for? Fuck that thing, bitch. That's why you push me, because you a hoe ass. Touch me for no reason. Y'all ass hoes. Hoes. You a hoe. Y'all hoes. Y'all ass hoes. Hoes. Y'all hoes. Where's my white ass hoes? White ass up front. This is what y'all asked for. All y'all bitch asses asked for this shit. You specifically. I'm right here. Am I 6 feet from you? Kiss my ass. You want to put your hands on me, I'm going to get my camera in your face. You bitch ass.
Get off of it. Get off of it. Get off of it.
It's pussy. Y'all is pussy. You were punching him. I'm not in your face. Get the fuck out.
Stop punching him! Stop punching him! Stop! He's bleeding! He's bleeding! He's bleeding! He's bleeding! He's bleeding! Stop! Stop punching him! That's not how the fuck you defuse the situation. He's bleeding everywhere! Oh no! Hey, stop fighting! Stop fighting, dog! Hey, bro, stop fighting! Stop fighting!
Go. Where do I go, sis?
Pepper bullets, I believe.
He on his neck! Your knee's on his neck! Hey, stop fighting him, bro! They gonna kill you! Stop fighting him! Stop fighting him, bro! Give him your hand! Just relax. Give him your hand, bro! They're gonna kill you! Do you understand me? Just relax! I'm here with you, I ain't going nowhere! I'm here with you, I ain't going nowhere! I'm here with you, I ain't going nowhere! What's your name? What's your name? Cairo Wilkerson. Cairo Wilkerson. Bro, we ain't going nowhere. We right here. We right here. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere.
Relax, just relax, just relax. Just relax, relax. Relax, relax.
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 Relax. Just relax. You can't do anything anymore. Just relax.
You one of us though, right? What about that long ass talk we had? You one of us, right?
Just relax.
Yo, my name is Cairo Wilkerson. There's a lot of good black people in Kentucky. They insulted me and my friends for protesting. We got you. They wouldn't let us move. We got you. We got you.
Live streamer. Out here as usual.
My lawyer would have ate that up.
Lots of people that person over there on the ground is a live streamer who
He's bleeding. He's bleeding.
7232.
Need some water?
He's bleeding. He's bleeding.
Can I get him some water, please? Please,
Just
please.
water.
I'm
It's just
begging,
water.
Please.
You have all these
Please.
people. Just water, man.
Who did that to him?
No.
Back up, y'all. Let him breathe.
Let him breathe.
You okay? Hey, back up. Let him breathe. You know something? Y'all, the mayor,
Look at his hand. Look at his hand.
Why y'all do that to him, man? The man, why y'all do it to him? Why y'all do that to him? Why did y'all do it? It was 5 of y'all.
Talking to the police don't get you nowhere. Literally. These motherfuckers, look at it, look. That's crazy. Like, come on, bro, I wouldn't treat you like that.
Tell me your name. Tell me your name. Hey, Sam right here. Take your name and the police. You just don't have to do this.
Hey, stop fighting. Stop fighting.
He has a head contusion. He has a head contusion. What the fuck? You cannot be handling people like that.
Hey, y'all didn't have not to do that to that man, dog. It was 5 of y'all. Y'all did not have to do that. It was 5 of y'all.
I'm on there.
I'm about to.
We're past that.
I'm trying to.
You're touching me. I'm trying to. Like, literally, look. Look at this shit. Bro, come on. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing. No, I have a hurt shoulder. I have a hurt shoulder. Whoa, I have a hurt shoulder. Don't hurt me. Okay. Take this. Take this. I will. I can't do it. I will. Goddamn. God fucking damn. Fucking down! This is ridiculous! I'm standing! Get off me! Get her off me! I will!
Okay, let somebody hold it.
Put it back! I will! I don't want her touching me. Keep that away from me. Get her. I'm afraid. I will.
I'm not putting force on you. Get your hands off him. Hey, keep your eyes on behind us.
I don't care about getting arrested, but don't treat me like I'm an animal.
Listen, that's my turn. You gonna put your hands on me. Okay.
She wasn't.
Listen. Listen, the camera's right here.
That's all.
You hear me?
Oh my God.
I asked you like 5 times.
Man, and I said I was coming right here.
Hey, push this back.
That was ridiculous. Literally. Excuse me, can you, can by chance, can you reach that vest and move it? No, we stuck here.
How many lives did Breonna save while they give no fucks? Her whole life was devoted to saving lives.
Hey, this is not the war unit. Go.
No, my friend is being arrested and they're gonna be.
Oh, support. Make sure your board's face straight.
Yeah. Let's go. I'm not kidding. Come on. I know you guys are horny for it. I know you're dying for one. Let's go.
Just going back.
Let's go. What are you waiting on? I'm standing in the middle of the street. What are you waiting on? I'm standing in the middle of the street. I'm asking you to arrest me. Let's go.
wearing a Blue Lives Matter thing too. Fucking disgusting. How many of your lives did Brianna help save? When y'all got in a tough spot and you called the EMSs, how many times did she respond to y'all? How many lives did she save while you give no fucks about her life? How many? Her life was about saving lives. For being angry. This is righteous. How many times was she on the scene to back y'all up? How many times? Countless, huh? Her life fucking mattered. Y'all fucked up, and you ain't doing right.
Absolutely. And
hold your fucking comrades accountable. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
The crowd here.
How many times did Brianna come to your aid?
Maybe an hour.
How many times was she there with you guys working with y'all?
This is the Highlands section.
Oh, my favorite fan! My favorite fan!
Right, Clint Ackerman, man. I'm glad to meet you.
He says I can't be protest and media because he's a dumb piece of shit.
To do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested. Law, this is unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested.
Sorry, bro. Stay bro.
He's got eyes for me.
Raise fist, medium, light, skin, raise.
Am I cute?
Skin tone.
Am I cute? Is that what it is? Or does my camera make you feel uncomfortable?
If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will
Because
be
you felt like you needed to say something.
Our cameras are on. Or is it just for show?
Oh, but all we gotta do is hold you here for 4 hours and then it's dead, right? Because that's the best capacity y'all got. You can't fucking put a cell phone in a goddamn vest
will be arrested.
like this. Look, this vest came with a pocket for a cell phone. Look at it. Came in a pocket for a cell phone. This cell phone lasts way longer than those 4 hours.
Hey, young people, please come this way.
Let him out. Let him out.
And they can push you back some more. Hey, you follow me, please. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please back up. Please back up.
Why don't y'all calm down? You scared? You fucking scared? Is that what it is? Coward. Coward. Name's Reinhardt. Nice to meet you, dickhead.
See the interaction. It's only after that.
That would cause the officers
Looks like everybody's turning right over there.
We out here all night, protecting each other.
And you can see behind me here, there's some arrests that they made here. There's here on the sidewalk. And the signs that they were carrying, those were see, there's this officer here.
Come on, y'all. We ain't got shit to fight these fuckers. Come on. You don't go nowhere. Get home right here. I know you, man, but you can't fight them yet. You can't fight them yet. Take it off the fucking building.
Grab it. Grab it.
All persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse. If you do not do so, we may dispense chemical agents and you will be arrested.
Come on, cousin. 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 They are now forcing us off of Bardstown Road. They're and the crowd is dispersing. They're separating the crowd basically. They basically are boxing us in, closing us in.
I want to be a part of the change now. You know what I mean?
The sidewalk, then that turned into what you're seeing right now of police officers creating a line on both sides. Inside that line of police officers are several people sitting on the ground who are being detained, and now we're getting told to move back. Again, marching in sync. We're gonna walk back carefully. We're gonna step off the sidewalk. There you go.
I see you pointing at me.
All right, so now we're into the intersection. I want to make sure we're standing on the sidewalk. We see the LMPD prison unit is coming up into the line. This is the transport unit. Officers asking us to move back some more.
Nah, mine's not. Well, yeah, I'm not having a
So
problem.
that unit going in there to pick up anyone who officers might have detained. At this point, the crowd is starting to disperse on both sides. Down, I believe this is Midland Avenue down this way. But then we also see
Sorry.
Yeah, man.
point we're pushed fairly far back. through this march, what we heard from a lot of people going through this march was the indictment, 3 charges of wanton endangerment for former Officer Brett Hankerson was not enough, coming from protesters saying that is not enough and that that is not justice from their words, and saying that more needs to come. Protesters saying that this is not the end, that more needs to change, more needs to happen for them to feel that justice has been served.
Let anchor talk, Katrina. Anchor, shot is hot. Katrina, you're doing great. Take a breath here. Anchors are going to talk for a second. Go hot on your shot. You guys are doing awesome. And we're releasing that this afternoon.
Organized crime! Y'all don't need this fucking organization of crime! Let's be real about it! Y'all want to penalize us? Penalize y'all! Y'all are organized crime! Run for me if you want to see! I don't give a fuck! It's a big case for motherfucking life! At least I know we're there. I ain't gonna die on the hands of y'all. Too many eyes. Looking like y'all think y'all fucking somebody, y'all ain't shit. Y'all ain't fucking shit. On this day, you ain't fucking shit. This should be the saddest fucking day of your life. Look at you, black man. Look at you. Look at what the fuck you're doing. Look at your dumb motherfucking ass.
Fuck that money. Stand for something.
Yeah.
Be about something.
It's a goddamn shame. All these goddamn black women doing what y'all dumbasses think.
My brother, God didn't create you for that. You standing for nothing.
He's like,
Stand
I'll
for
whoop a bitch.
something.
He said, I'll whoop a
But guess
bitch.
what? I got hands too. These motherfuckers is registered. I might not bite you like Tyson, but I'll whoop that ass.
Like, they don't give a fuck.
Baby and all. Stand for something.
He did that back like, bitch.
You don't gotta stand for something. I'll be a bitch every day of the week. At least I stand for the right motherfucker. Martin Luther King didn't go through all of that for you to stand up and side with these injustice motherfuckers. Guess what?
In solidarity with this shit today? To fucking day? You black motherfuckers that want to stand in solidarity with this shit? Fuck y'all.
Then they brainwash you to be.
Fuck y'all. Y'all let Breonna Taylor die like a fucking dog. Fuck y'all. And then you want to tell us to kiss your motherfucking ass. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. When motherfuckers want to know what we mean when we say fuck the system, fuck 12, this is what the fuck. This is what the fuck. This is what it means when I say fuck 12. This is right. When I say fuck a fucking race today. The fucking nerve. And y'all did that shit like some bitches. Like some fucking bitches. And you remember that shit. So if y'all whip my ass today, you're still a fucking bitch.
Hey, Mark,
if you gas my ass today, you still a fucking bitch. The gas will stop burning, but you will never not be a fucking bitch. Fuck y'all. And if you kill me, you still a fucking bitch.
They waiting on us. Where they at? Let's go. Let's go. We're going to meet with our teachers. Let's go. They're down there waiting. Come on, let's go.
All right. All right.
All the way around. Do not break the line. Thank you. Every day.
No, it's good. The gun was good on it. But, okay, I have to do that.
lost IFB for a second. So I had no idea. I thought it was on.
Just take a look.
Okay. I'm back in, but apparently I had it on speaker, so I couldn't hear like through my ear. So I have no idea like when they dumped out of us. I just kept talking.
No, you're fine.
Okay. I'm good right now, thanks. You good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah. I think we're gonna have hits at 4:30. We're probably gonna have a hit every half hour at this point. So, word right now is
I guess you heard they assembled and went down.
they went back.
Yeah, somewhere that way.
Back down that way. Yeah, good. I couldn't see how many left. Was it a lot?
100, 150.
Okay.
Basically, when this got busted up here,
Yeah.
the majority started going that way.
Okay.
Let's grab some Skyline or some shit.
Yeah, I got it all on camera too. Even you ripping through the fucking thing. Do you realize that your guys' little wannabe DJ Elrad came from a private audience? Y'all couldn't hear shit. The only reason I heard it was because I was on the other side of the cop line up in the bushes recording them. Y'all couldn't hear it. That announcement could not be heard over y'all at all.
Yeah.
And they bum rushed y'all basically with no fuck of a warning. No warning.
You see it now?
There was no loudspeaker. He was doing it from his own private vehicle or own undercover vehicle.
You see the picture though?
Yep. I've got it all on camera.
Okay, the camera is on
Every
the
fucking bit of it.
You not see it?
Right there. Rest in power, Brianna. I like that.
Rest in power,
You're
Brianna.
on.
The city mourns.
Do they not have you?
Alright, need a phone control.
I think I bruised my foot. Bruised it. Yeah. Wanna come with? Okay.
You can see through a little bit more. See through a little bit more.
There's some corrupt cops out here right now that should be arrested. This is fucked up. Some of y'all all y'all should be out here. Warn and protect. Serve and protect. Serve and protect. Bullshit! The bullshit! I don't want to go now. Now I'm fucking pissed. Y'all arresting citizens out here fighting for the right cause. It's fucked up. You know he should be arrested. He should have never been out there. One of y'all actually should have arrested his punk ass long time ago.
Him and 4 others.
He should have never been there. Sexually assaulting women.
Women like you and you.
He should never been there.
And you sexually assaulting women.
Probably could have went so much differently had he not been there in the first fucking place. That's the fucking bullshit.
Y'all people just like me out there. Y'all wouldn't like to be shot, would y'all? Y'all wouldn't like to be shot while you're in your house sleep, would you? You don't like that shit, would you? Huh?
Conroy Wilkerson.
Mr. Wilkerson? Some bullshit! Bullshit! Who's going to arrest Madeline with his punk ass? Who's going to arrest him? Y'all know he sexually assaulted those women. Y'all know he did. Y'all keep covering up shit.
Lenora, as last time I saw Tara Bassett was maybe 6 or 7 minutes ago. She was live at that moment. Conroy Wilkerson.
Yes, Brandy.
Sick! He's fucking sick! He think it's okay. He gonna send out a fucking letter. Fuck his ass! Fuck him!
I see, Travis.
Bullshit! Who's going to arrest Natalie? That's all I want to fucking know now. We know that y'all was going to do this. We know Daniel's punk ass was not going to do nothing. We know that. Shit, he's a Trump supporter anyway. Fuck his black ass too. Don't give a fuck.
You said curfew and National Guard?
This is some bullshit. Fuck Cameron too.
All right, thank you.
He was not going to give us justice anyway.
I see, Travis.
All I want to know is who's going to arrest Matthew. That's all I want to know.
Boy's head open. Yeah, I got it all on video, including his name. Yep. I can't. I don't even know. Some food to power. Is it okay if I steal a piece, baby? Thank you. Full? Thank you, baby. Thank you, Twan. It is. It is. Chicken.
particular, the fact that they have outdated body cameras, that's Mayor Fisher. Fuck Mayor
Hey,
Fisher.
Chris. Louisville, Kentucky. That's Brianna's auntie right there. For all of those who didn't hear the announcement, our killers got away with chump-ass felony charges and a $15,000 bail. And that's it. Auntie Key, have you seen Luna? Thank you, God. Ah. Okay. Thank you. All right, y'all. Luna's okay. Yeah, I put other little mama in a vehicle too.
She's still on the back of the truck.
God, I did not see her. And
It seems like a live feed of like Doug's camera. Do you hear that? Do you hear anchors?
It should just say stop. You got a picture on it, so it's pretty sweet.
Hey man, how you doing?
Red and white and around. I don't know if going this way gets us out. We're going right and get us out.
People are stealing stuff somewhere else.
Pulling a cooler out. I don't know. I can't tell what the cooler. Oh, the cooler's just water. Couldn't tell what it was. What?
What's the battery percentage on the line?
Let me check.
You all doing live tests?
We have 37%.
What, did they walk up Archtown Road or they just formed in?
Straight up Kentucky.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't live far from here. I heard all the race cars. It must be close.
Somewhere else I should dial into.
Be careful.
See you, buddy. All right.
Hey, Jacob. Hey, to the control room, can you hear me? Just FYI, our live view is on 37% battery. So we're good for now, but we won't last too much longer. Yeah, I saw them. When it happens, we'll let you know if we need to kill ours and switch and be with them.
is bananas. The ANA, fuck the cops and the white supremacists. This shit is bananas. The ANA, fuck the cops and the white supremacists. God only knows. Ice facts. Keep your ass cool. You too damn hot. Too hot. Jayla got busted hip and still back out here, y'all. What? What? Ain't no excuse. Out of your homes, into the streets. Out of your homes, into the streets. That's my pin.
That's some Oregon shit right there. It's called Oregon.
Yes. Yes. Nice, huh? Yeah, baby, go ahead and I'll hit it.
I thought you
Love, black power, black joy. As soon as I get to it, yeah, you've been leading, fuck it, yeah, you've been leading, I'll wait.
The Louisville Metro Police Department. Under Kentucky state law, this is unlawful assembly, and we command all persons so assembled here to immediately and peacefully disperse.
That CBD is a necessity.
We may dispense chemical agents, and you will be arrested.
Yeah, that better apologize. What are we running into? Or are we still going straight? Okay.
You guys can take all this fucking time to do all this.
Don't walk away from me, baby.
That warrant.
I'll beat you up.
You said this is an unlawful assembly. Man, that's why y'all asses need to be defunded.
What law? You've seen what the law means.
This is what happens when you militarize the fucking police for the last 20 fucking years.
Absolutely.
This is what happens when you militarize the police for 20 fucking years. Got everybody scared, all of us as neighbors scared of each other. All of us are scared of each other. And look what we got now. This is our fault. Fuck that. We the public. This is our fault. We've allowed them to be militarized. To the point, look at this. We're peacefully assembling. We got police with AK-47s ready to spray chemical agents on the public. In 2020. This is an unlawful fucking assembly. Get the fuck out of here, man. Let me switch to French. Là, je sais que c'est mon nom, je suis en Louisville. La police ici sur la ligne. Ça va quand même 60 avec celui de la Taylor. Avec Gilles. Ça se sent avec Nick la police ici. Alors les bandes, c'est Pente et Orvani. Et c'est l'illustration de la AK-47. Ouais, ça se sent avec ouais. Je suis la lumière là, on va my friends overseas had to switch to Italian. But here in Louisville, Kentucky, where most of my friends live in the States, as you know, I've been stuck in the States for 3 years. And they had the agreement that was here what you see now is that this is the the public is having the amount of work, the amount of resources that they put in and putting all of this together, stripping into they're not making sure that I can there's the public trust the police officers behind this and I was actually Italian in just a second.
I don't go up there in Italian or French.
La polizia si qui
Sono Louisville, Kentucky, Stati Uniti adesso. Allora, qui alla polizia, Breonna Taylor, omicidio, era giusto più, avere un messaggio della pubblica. Infatti loro piccoli, che cazzo della polizia. Sì, adesso non lo so, infatti, molto pizzaro questo. The police officer just came maybe just a few minutes ago to let everyone know that we are in a lawful assembly. Man, lock and smoke them all.
It's all good. Keep it moving. She ain't going nowhere. Keep it moving. She ain't going nowhere. Keep it moving. She ain't going nowhere.
They were just talking to her. She gonna roll up the window and disrespect like that? She lucky she didn't get the brood in, yo. Say thank you. Fucking Karens. She lucky y'all were easy on her. Bitch, you just jeopardized lives with your uppity ass. Again, reality is, America, we lucky they don't want revenge. They just want to fucking live. Right there fucking proves it. They in the emotions, even I feel some type of way even more so. And they still just walk over and talk to her and tell her to go on. Slow the fuck down, pay attention. They could have whipped her fucking ass and pulled her out the fucking car while she jeopardizing lives over her fucking anxiousness because she gotta get to her job, right? That shows that they actually care about all lives while begging for their fucking lives to matter. I got another rock in my shoe. Yeah. Yeah. But then we're gonna lose the damn crowd.
Lean on me. Lean on me and do it real fast.
Thank you, baby. Thank you, honey. Save a horse, ride a pig. Yeah. This is hurting.
It went crazy.
Part of me wants to go ahead and quit the live and start reserving battery because tonight, then again, I don't know how much filming I'll be doing tonight. Like, yeah, that shit ain't for the cameras. I already talked to Auntie Key. We're gonna go rejuvenate, eat, breathe, come back out.
I haven't even thought about this. Your backpack's open. Yeah, she did that. But she let me be out. She goes, you get on my shit.
You light us up one. So happy Luna's in the car. I got K2. I was like, yo, I can't find her. started to get worried, like getting
I'm
everybody
loud.
like.
I'm loud. You find me.
You want to?
You find me. I'm easy
Yeah.
to find. I was by RTP until I started getting shot.
They shot up elders and everything. Fucking disgusting.
What does that smell?
Burnt rubber. Burnt rubber. Somebody spinning out.
You guys are really pretty. You guys are really pretty. See, people are nice here. I said that to the tree. And they're like, Oregon, Portland. Yeah, we rock it out on the front line in Portland.
Yes, thank you, baby.
All of Portland out here. Then we would not trip. Yeah.
We came out here a week ago, and my auntie Key and all them, and they asked us to come back, so we came immediately.
Yep.
I wish Tyshawn and all of them would come with us. Want to get up on the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're done running.
I really almost smacked a cop with my bat. But I won't.
Wait till it's dark.
Yep.
I was probably about the first person to be arrested.
What?
Y'all were up ahead. Me and Luna were rocking it out with one of Bree's family members. We was going off with the cops holding that whole entire line back from y'all. Luna sat down in the middle of the road like naked yoga in Portland, no joke. I was up screaming, this fucking Karen cop was laughing, thinking shit was funny. Like, how you gonna laugh when you know why these people are out here marching? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, truly, and just that disdain, that disgust, like the fuck. I know. I know. They got that backside. Medic! She about to pass out. Medic! Get on your fucking bike and ride up there and get a medic.
Medic is running.
Yeah, a lot of people did not eat today. Them coming out and saying, hey, the judgment's happening in 15 minutes was so quick. People don't eat. All we've been doing is water. We've marched, I think, almost 16 miles now. It's hot as shit out here. Like, we're feeling it, unfortunately.
because I actually, I'm touching your feelings, ain't it?
I got some warm shit. Wait! Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
That was taken. My whole face was covered.
Can I just say to Puma shoes, you lie. There ain't no comfort shit in this. Damn, Mom, look. Interesting. You notice the police are nowhere to be found. Why did they come in the last time? Marissa, I hope you're on my live. I will get across street in a moment. The weekly juicery. Try to let you know in just a moment, Marissa. Are you doing okay, baby?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wonder how much longer we got.
I can't lie, I'm curious too.
Yeah.
That was a righteous march. Been a long one. Get up on the sidewalk. Yeah? I can't run no more. Worried about property over life. Let's try it. Come on. All right, I give. I so give.
It's
yes!
Your right fist. Not your left fist, it's your right fist.
Will you hold for a moment? Thank you, baby. It's got on the sidewalk, even ground. So we're on Market and Brook right now, Marissa, if you're watching. Market and South Brook Street, 200 block. Market Street, East Market Street, 100 block. First Street. We just gotta make it to 6th. Stay on the sidewalk.
I want to be a band. They're skirting
freeway. Take a cold water. Thank you so much, love. Thank you. Sorry, y'all. I had to get some water. It's cold, too. Jayla, baby, will you open it? Thank you, baby. I'm getting 80 views right now.
You good, Mama?
I'm hurting. Jayla's right there. Luna's with Mama Rose. See how they have the roads barricaded up down here? They did that previous to their decision about Brianna. Tell me they didn't know what the fuck they were deciding. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. Get that righteous shot, baby.
We're getting some bad footage right now. 90
Yeah, he is. That's beautiful. Fist up! Fist up!
Fuck 12!
Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12!
Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12! Fuck 12!
Sorry, baby. Slick with it. 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 For real.
Hey.
Yes, fuck the police.
They were right behind us.
Jayla. That'd be like Domo. Yeah, Domo would be in heaven on those. Domo, we think about you out here. You would love this. That would be a playground for you. We're back. That was the most righteous and longest march I've ever done in my life. Anything for you, Brianna. Anything for justice. Breonna Taylor. Breonna Taylor. peace. No peace. No peace. No peace.
No peace.
Hey, fabulous. They're all here waiting for us. Everybody here waiting. That girl right there recording with the hair and the white shirt, she's the one that ran me over. Dead serious. With that fucking three-wheeler right there.
Really?
She ran me over twice.
What the fuck?
Yeah, twice. The one right there in the white. Twice. I'm gonna show the camera her memorial and stuff real quick, okay? I feel it, baby. If the family's saying get out of here, you should get out of here. Respect the family and get on. Yeah, that's a good idea. The family says get on, get on. Respect the family. You ain't welcomed here. Get the fuck on. The fuck you mean? The family don't want you here. Get the fuck on.
Shit. Fuck your shit.
Fuck 12. By the way, all these little plaques all the way around is everybody's name.
Justice, y'all know what it is.
Yes, sir. She didn't get her justice. Let me remind you, 8 times. In the early morning hours of March 13, 2020, Louisville Metro Police broke into my home and murdered me. They shot me 8 times as they were looking for someone that did not live in my home, someone that was already in police custody. Eight times. 8 times. Eight times, y'all. What are they going over there for? Police over there already?
Are you serious?
Any idea where Luna is?
Luna was just walking those people out.
Okay. I'm sorry, baby. I suggest that we go get some food and get prepped and get phone charges. Get ready.
I wonder where everybody going.
BLM Biden loves minors.
They're getting those calories in. They're getting those calories in, getting in those steps.
And again, she worked on their behalf. She helped them. She was a paramedic. Brianna was a paramedic who helped them, y'all. How many cops do you think she helped save when shit went down and they got hurt, huh? The fuck you mean?
These comments are hilarious.
Jeremy, born and raised in Clarksville, Tennessee.
I think they're regrouping right now because you had a huge group of protesters that was here.
Oh, the hate's just filling up on this ignorance anyways, so I'm good on it.
Not sure where
I'll be live tonight. Yeah, I want to watch. Fucking watch. I don't care. I'm not here for your appeal. I'm here for Brianna. Do you want to, baby? We gotta find Luna too. Let's go ahead and walk down there because that's where we're at, right? So should fucking whites. Like, you know, white people killing innocent black people, you dumb fuck. You just think that you're privileged, that you should get away with it because of your skin color? That thing. Get him, Tyshawn. Of course he behind a fake account. Not even a real man.
Just a rock through it.
Pay our respects to Joe Rogan. Rip, it's a sad day. Disappointed.
Big deal, I guess. Precursor, maybe?
Be you. Auntie Key, we're gonna run home for a moment, okay? No, yeah, even my phone, my battery pack, everything's ran out. Yeah, you need to change that up.
They're holding real ass guns.
Breonna Taylor wasn't as important as Joe Rogan.
You want me to take it with me and I'll bring it back later? Because we're going to leave and go home for a little bit. And I can just hold it right here, so.
I'll throw this motherfucker away. I don't give a fuck about it. Hey,
Thank you. Come on. They're talking about towing our cars. Jayla, get Luna. Yep.
I'm not getting arrested. I'm not getting arrested. No. Dear Heavenly Father, please bless that I do not get touched by these motherfucking cops. In the name of the Lord, amen. I'm not getting arrested.
Hold your comrades accountable. Hold your comrades accountable.
The action is going to be wherever that black dude with the dreads and plate
They would
carrier
have
are.
just chilled in the park. That's
Stay
it.
on that one.
Anna, again, you a troll account. How do you guys even dare to say shit while you hide behind fake ass accounts? Y'all on my real account. I'm real. I'm honest. Y'all a bunch of coward ass chicken shits. The fuck you mean? Y'all ain't nothing. Trolls. Weak ass trolls that can't even hide. You have to hide on fucking fake accounts. Please. Your words literally mean nothing because you are nothing but a coward and you prove it. You prove it. You are a straight fucking coward. Please. Trolls. 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 Anyway, you guys, I am